What's up, Strikers? Welcome back to Osas. We're looking at Season 3 today. Uh, and I came out swinging, thinking that I had it all. I don't have it all. I'm joined with Lyrica, though, a former Osas competitor from Season 2. Would you like to introduce yourself so I don't have to pretend I know what I'm doing?
What's up, Ziyoshi? This is Lyrica, reforming Imi One Trick from OSAS Season 2, finalist in the top 4. And I'm here to watch all the new OSAS people that I would much rather be playing with, but can't, and no longer able to, as I have graduated. Sag.
But here, we've been brought today to witness the new generation. Starting with Chikara Cheetos versus Dysfunction Junction. I know you were a particular fan of one of these teams.
I am an enormous fan of Dysfunction Junction because currently they have my favorite name. And I know Winton from Overwatch is in this bracket, and it's a great name, but Dysfunction Junction tickles a bit of that nostalgia in my heart from watching all of the old Schoolhouse Rock videos when I was young.
Yeah, and so today, hopefully we're gonna figure out what their function is. Like we're still getting set up, but I'm always excited for Osas.
Oh yeah, Osas is. I know Vaughn is a big fan of Osas because he says that's where the real content is, getting to watch the teams play their best and every now and then make a bit more mistakes than some of the top level players, and so the games can kind of swing either way, making them a lot more exciting, at least in the eyes of people who deal with the near perfect play of top level. So another season of OSAS is upon us, and it's awesome to see how these teams are going to pan out and see which ones make it to the end. What do you think here between this what's now the Seed 3 and the Seed 30? We have Chikara Cheetos and Dysfunction Junction. On Cheetos, we have I closed the thing.
Yeah, I was actually just hunting down to find the bracket. Oh wait.
Oh, here it is. So on Chikara Cheetos, we have Calamity Queen 3. I believe KG3 competitor, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Alpha Me. I think I've seen them a little bit on the ladder. Course Strike currently clocks them at mid diamond currently, so not doing too bad for themselves this season. And then we have Literal Imi, except this time with a dash instead of a dot. So not only did she escape the fake app in the fake world, but she escaped the fake world and is now competing in OSAS to play the game that she's in the fake world of.
That's Inception 2. Right there.
Maybe the top didn't stop spinning.
And on Dysfunction Junction, we're looking at Euclid, Arbon 3, and a name that I'm about to absolutely ruin. I believe Base Layered. Actually, that's not so bad. And I'm really excited to see what they can put up. Because Chikara Cheetos, I can't comment much on their roster, but according to their seeding, and Calamity Queen 3, who I have played against and is just really good at killing people, you know? And like that's a really good skill to have. I think Chikara Cheetos is looking really good, and I really want to see what Dysfunction Junction can put up.
Yeah, let's hope Euclid doesn't have to call in the SCP Foundation to make sure they can win this game. As we are actually getting into it now, we're currently seeing the side of Chikara Cheetos. Calamity Cheetos. That's
Calamity Cheetos.
Calamity Cheetos. I'm kind of curious who they're going to ban because there are IME players on both sides. Yeah, so actually the IME not banned out here.
Wowie.
IME playing as IME. Virtually only plays as IME, so not seeing an IME ban
could have seen it coming.
Not seeing an IME ban here is kind of surprising, as we have the lock-in on Rasmussen, IME, and Estelle on the other side with a Kazan. Wow, a Kazan coming out here, Yoshi.
That's really exciting. I think Kazan is one of the hardest brawler characters to pick up. That guy's got wacko moves, and maybe I'm skill gapped, but they're a little hard to hit. So I'm really interested to see what they can do here. Actually, this is Dysfunction Junction is putting on an entire team comp as we're looking at a Juno goalie and a bulk up 1-2 punch start, which might be explaining why the Kazan pick is coming out. Holy.
Yeah, Dysfunction Junction channeling their name and getting ready to show us what the opposite of a contraction is as they already lose their first barrier, almost losing their second. Calamity Queen putting on a great showing here in the front with Alpha Me, keeping control of the field and getting the second barrier.
Yeah, positioned right in front of the goal and just taps it in. Just like that. Nothing really else to say. The classic 1v1 against the goalie is usually a little bit forward favored, especially against the Juno, whose defensive tools are a little bit hard to work with.
Yeah, and Calamity Queen's a very strong player, as we know, so being able to put this much pressure on base layered is kind of almost par for the course in a way. As open goal here, Calamity Queen goes for the dash, but misses it. Aimi actually makes the great save and pass, and Calamity Queen just wins the strike board with the ult for the goal. 2-0.
Yep, 2-0. And I'm just thinking aloud, if I'm Dysfunction Junction right now, if I'm base layered, I'm sitting here thinking, what do I do against getting Oki'd? Like, that's always a spot that you have to have in your head, especially on a bulk up 1-2 punch start. You gotta take a moment and say, if this X comes and, you know, plants himself right upon me, what do I do? And I think as Juno, maybe not much, but we are seeing even barriers here. And
yeah, I think Juno might have trouble just because she has to kind of play a little in advance, and that's hard to do when your primary is getting blocked by somebody sitting in your face constantly.
Oh yeah, it's most range goalies. Oh, big core flip. Oh my god! Goes through. Base layered almost had the catch there. But just, Calamity Queen just sometimes just gotta punch it in, you know?
Sometimes you just gotta punch it in. And unfortunate for base layered, unable to catch that and losing the goal, but one set is not the big difference maker. However, specialized training on an X with 1-2 punch is a big difference maker.
Yeah.
If it gets picked up here, it does.
Yep.
And then the
big super surge.
Denial. Yeah, big super surge denial here. Little surprised neither goalie going for twin drive, both running eject button this time around.
Yeah, I think the super surge pickup on Juno is good for double duty deny and getting a little bit more value out of being able to push up, because Juno ranged goalie not having any defensive tools means you have to put all of your focus into keeping it away. And hey, doing a great job so far. They get both barriers here.
Yeah, I mean, with a bit of a misblink, manages to lose both barriers just by slightly being out of position. And now Alpha Me pushing up a Calamity Queen almost gets the barrier. Arbon 3 getting with a great defense, but loses the barrier anyway in the end. Alpha Me with the hook passes Calamity Queen, making good pressure. Calamity Queen with the dash, but misses it. Base layered using the Super Surge to get that core out of play and back on the other side, but loses the barrier to a single glitch pop that goes through 5. Nobody pressing the strike key on the way, and Arbon just catches the core as it goes right by them for the score. Aimi did not have dash ready, and easy goal, easy life.
Yep, the whole top of the goal was open. Arbon able to just get it right through Alpha Me, and hey, scored their first goal of the game. Which I think is going to be really big. I think momentum is obviously incredibly valuable. Being able to catch that and ride the wave through can really make these upsets happen.
Yeah,
but as I say it, bad news.
Bad news. Momentum goes both ways, Yoshi.
Yep. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get started, and it's like in a fighting game. You get your startup frames, but if the enemy just has faster startup frames, oops.
Oops, and an unfortunate jump. Yeah, unfortunate jump loses both barriers there, and a great core flip around Euclid to get to Calamity Queen, and scores a nice goal there. Well, very well played by that team. That actually shows a surprising amount of synergy between these players here, and shows that maybe that Chikara practice is paying off.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And this team is putting up a lot of synergy that you usually don't see, especially from week 1, round 1 OSAS teams. seeing that kind of synergy is, I don't know, usually just not there. So it's very nice to see this team playing really well. Oh my god.
Oh wow. Incredible patience from Calamity Queen to walk that forward and try and take the strike war. Leads to a great soaring angle from base layer, but then ending up dying to the specialized training X. And now X gets to just scale even more. Oh, we have
Yep,
quick strike
quick
and
strike.
perfect form and chrono boosts on the table. It's kind of just feasting for X in this draft, Yoshi.
Yeah, I think base layer there had a really nice clear, and just unfortunate that the the specialized X came out, pressed the ult button, and slam dunked them into the net. Unfortunate. Here though, we see some awakenings come out. A size deny by Estelle on the against Rasmus. Chrono boost being picked up. Perfect form on Juno could actually be a big pick. Throw the slimes, they chain together, just getting a ton of cooldown. More slimes means more capability to defend, and oh my god.
Oh no.
I mean, shot dead Miami.
Yeah.
Down for the count.
Arbon said, "Get back in the app, cat girl," and just sends Aimee off the map almost immediately with the dash. No super surge in play from Ivon, so that's just a raw Estelle dash getting that KO there. But Dysfunction Junction have an open goal here, one of the few open goals in the set, and looking to try and pressure here on Aimee, especially after the KO. But base layer getting kind of beat up by Calamity Queen, and yeah, gets KO'd by the 1-2 core flip.
Yep, we've hit the phase, and hey, a great glitch pop to put it in. We've hit the phase where Calamity Queen can just, pitch a tent inside the enemy team's goal box, put on the gloves, and just start beating Juno to a pulp. And,
yeah, this X has basically fully scaled in 2 sets, and is looking to kind of take over the game. And Calamity Queen is definitely the player that can take over a game in an Osas event. And looking to push up here with Alpha Me, gets both barriers with the strike ult combo, and just puts it in around base layer. Wow, just incredible play here from Calamity Queen, but not to be dissuaded by, or not dissuaded, but I don't remember the word, by Alpha Me, who's actually been putting up a pretty good hold in the midfield to make sure that it doesn't get through Calamity Queen too often, and allows Calamity Queen to actually sit forward here and make these plays.
Whoa. See that night market angle coming out from Alpha Me? I believe they hit it against the wall with the core flip. Maybe not. It was just a weird strike war, but that looked really cool. I think you're right. I think Alpha Me picking the Rasmus midfield is especially interesting, and hey, who cares about the Rasmus midfield when the X is dashing it right in for the game-winning point, meaning that Chikara Cheetos have taken this game.
Yeah, unfortunate for Dysfunction Junction, because I love their name, but the Chikara Cheetos just showing a bit more practice and a bit more synergy in general, being able to just keep it forward as much as possible. Especially obvious in the redirects here at the stats screen. But I hope to see them try and make a loser's bracket run, and if they are unable to, it would be nice to have them back next time. Mostly because I like their name, but also because anybody that participates in week 1 should really try to participate in every week. And they actually have done just that, as Saya has informed us earlier that Dysfunction Junction has actually signed up for all 6 weeks of OSAS already.
And that's why they're the GOATs.
Yeah, breaking the OS tradition, Yoshi.
That's what I'm saying. Actually signing up before the event begins. And hey, I think it is hard to qualify. It's easy to say, oh, this is OSAS, diamond and below capped. I can show up and just do it. It's just that easy. But I think it's a lot harder than people think. But hey, that's why there are 6 weekly tournaments, and each of them are an opportunity, get in there. So
yeah, it's great experience for these younger teams that kind of show up and say, okay, we're going to test our mettle. And sometimes you just kind of get bodied, and sometimes you have a good fight, but you still end up losing. But that's why there's 6 weeks. You clean up your game, you come back, and you try again.
Yep. All. Hold on. I'm gonna say it without thinking. I think all tournament experience is good experience, and I think getting in there, signing up for OSAS, you might maybe not make it out, but each opportunity is time to learn. So welcome to our after school special. I'm here to talk about how it's okay to lose because sometimes the experience you gain and the friends you make along the way are the real heroes we did on our journey,
The real Cheetos are the friends we made along the way, Yoshi.
And that's what I'm saying. But hey, that game, I believe, I actually don't know how long it took, but only a few other teams have won so far, so it's gonna be a bit before we can catch our next game.
I think it was definitely on the faster side, so we're probably going to be waiting a bit here and trying to fill the time as usual. Let's go over some of these teams that are actually coming back from previous seasons, right?
Yeah.
The most notable one is actually Winton from Overwatch, the only team receiving a bye in the first round, sitting nicely in winners round 2 already.
Yep, I believe they are the first seed, getting that bye. Chilling there, waiting for the winner of Tank Brigade and Chikara WAG? Chikara WAG? I don't know.
I don't know if it's WAG or WAG. We'll find out if we see their logo.
Yeah, we'll find out, but hey, there are a lot of Chikara teams out there, out in full force. But, some other teams
9.
Oh, wow. Some other teams of notes, Deets Nuts, qualifying for the OSAS Invitational last season, and back here again, won their first game against Dinner Guild, and are sitting in winners. I mean, round 2. It is winners round 2.
Yeah, and another team that I think people might remember is Chikara Clinkers, right? They just barely didn't qualify for the Invitational, and so they're here back trying to make that a possibility for them once again. Going up, a little bit of friendly fire going on with Chikara Clinkers and Chick Army, or Chikarmi, I think is the better pronunciation. And their games hasn't quite finished yet, but it's interesting to see how this double friendly fire from Chikara is happening. As what were the other ones? Yeah, Chikara Chatters and Chikara Fire are also playing together each other.
Yep, and the winner of that gets to go on against Chikara Cheetos. We just saw, so Chikara teams falling left and right to their own fellow countrymen. Unlucky to see. But other teams that we've seen before
Seraphim Crimson's back.
Yeah, Seraphim Crimson, the Chads. 2 teams that also didn't quite qualify last season, but hey, are back again to keep on trying. And that's the spirit of OSAS. Welcome back to our second after school special. I'm Rocky Balboa, and I'm here to tell you that it's not about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you get hit and keep signing up for OSAS. So we love to see familiar faces come back and keep trying.
Yeah, especially because these players come back and it's virtually impossible to get worse, right? And so you're almost always going to have a better showing each time. And yes, as more and more teams get quote unquote eliminated, but not eliminated, but disqualified from entry, having already won, the teams actually, I think, as we get later into these seasons, will become stronger and stronger, right? Like we already saw Chikara Cheetos, not the most well-known team, but aside from being Chikara, and really the only one I recognized was Calamity Queen, but they showed a very strong showing in that game. Decent passing plays, Aimee holding it down in midfield. It's really supporting Calamity Queen, getting those barriers quickly, and making sure those clears couldn't get by. So I think this season's going to be probably the strongest OSAS has ever been. And we'll probably say that every season if we're being honest, but what do you think?
Yeah, I think a great example is last season we saw Anti-Zentaro Alliance from week 1, and OSAS Season 2, week 1 was capped at Platinum and below. We saw them qualify and make it all the way to top 8 in the OSAS Invitational. Just 6 weeks they were given to train up and go against the best of the best that OSAS had to offer. We're able to make it really far. So I think, hey, we're only in week 1. We've got plenty of time. This is a great chance to start, training up, getting that experience, start getting better, build that synergy with your team, etc., and get in there. So every OSAS beginning is such a treat because you get to see all the teams start and make moves and become something a lot greater by the end.
Yeah, and you don't have to be a grim patron to let everyone know that they need to get in here and get in OSAS. Bring your friends.
Join OSAS now!
Everyone, get in here!
It's time. It's time to participate in OSAS. I mean you, chatter watching the stream right now. I see you.
We need you for OSAS Season 3.
We need you for OSAS Season 3. Week 2 is calling.
Well, we're getting some results coming in. Chikara Clinker is taking it over Chikarmi. So it's some more Chikara friendly fire. Deets Nuts is back as well, taking it over Dinner Guild.
Ooh.
And then Winton from Overwatch still does not know who their opponent will be in Tank Brigade or Chikara Wag. Some other names that we haven't mentioned, mostly because they're just new to OSAS, or maybe the players aren't, but the teams are. The Own Goalers, and then we have RPI Strikers. Everybody Loves Dubu. I actually played against 2 of these people on this team last night. C Cross and J Cross.
Ooh.
And they have pretty dang good synergy, so I'm excited to kind of see how they do in OSAS, even if they don't qualify this time around. They're currently playing against the Munchers in Butter Muncher 46, Tent X Bus, and Bouncy Ball. They already have a prefix as well, Yoshi.
Oh, that goes so hard.
Yeah,
I think
one prefix butt and the other MNCH.
Let's see. I think the biggest of all, our next stream match is between Chikara X and Chikara Chads, which a terrible fate has befallen. A bad day for Rain. We have to see the friendly fire. You're right here, right now, and they're loading into the lobby, getting ready to play.
And if I'm not mistaken, we have some fellow boomer Mage Eye Carp in this game.
Oh, yep. You summoned them into the lobby, just as you said it. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yoshi?
I'm excited to see these 2 teams. I wonder if they've ever played against each other, how well they know each other, etc., and to see what they can do. To see what Chikara has to offer in terms of not a show match. It is a tournament match, but exciting to see.
Chads actually have a roster of 5 on their OSAS here, choosing to go with their main roster of Wavewalker, Shambles, TF, and Silux. The only one I've ever heard of in this team is Silux, but I really don't even know that much about them. So interesting to see what we're going to get. And then on the other side, we have Zeko the Neko, Mage Eye Carp, and I don't know how to say this, but Elixel.
I'm going to call them Elo.
Elo.
Or Elo. But I think Elo sounds better, and you have to point and say, haha, like ranked. Smile. And it'll be great.
Haha, ranked smile.
Now,
also, the norm changes are a little strange. I'm not sure if you've experienced them recently, but it really seems like it puts 2 newer players, 2 kind of like not new but not experienced players, and then 2 experienced players on each team, and says, have at it.
Hey, go for it. Well, that seems exciting. I know that they did change it recently. I've not tried it. I would have to get in there and see it more for myself, but I hope it's good. No, but I just checked the channel point prediction. Everyone, bet your bestie bucks now. And Chikara Chads are like vastly ahead, and I don't know why. There's 77% on Chikara Chads, 11.5k, and no. Do we have any Chikara X fans in the chat? Anyone wanna help them out?
X-lore, anyone?
Any X-lorers? Or take a nice bet and make bank if they win. You know, hey, anything is possible. We don't know which one of these teams is going to perform better.
Yeah, sometimes you just drop 500 on the team that has the odds, and you get a payout.
Yeah, guys, it's time to win big. Keep gambling. You will see results.
All right, I did not course strike any of these players, so I'd have no idea if how many IME1 tricks there might be. As a former IME1 trick myself, it's fun to track that. A Fini ban coming out here on Atlas Lab.
Yeah, whoa, and an Estelle ban. We are getting, wacky and wild. But after the Fini reworks, I actually don't blame them on the ban if they have, or if Chikara Chads has a Fini player. We see a Julie lock-in, an Era lock-in. We see an Asher goalie, and I'm gonna get on my soapbox and start chatting. There are a ton of Asher goalies in Osas, and I'm gonna keep it real. I don't know why. Hey, like Atlas. Oh, IME detected.
IME detected.
We found him.
Commence countermeasures is the Yoshi. Silex on the IME. I don't remember if they play IME or not, but they are in this game. As we have a spec training Deadeye coming out, so I'm assuming the Fini ban was because of the Deadeye, possibly targeted as well. As Osas tends to have a lot of one tricks, a very quick barrier.
Yeah, the Julie's trading dash punches, absolutely manic behavior. Silex running Pummeler's Deadeye, I think is really interesting. If we see, yeah, in fact, Chikara Chads both forwards running Pummelers. Makes a little bit more sense for Juliet. Oh, the Shambles shrunk, trying to fight. Oh no!
Oh wow, a single punch takes out Zeko the Neko. Channeling One Punch Man right now and just taking out Asher Goldie with Pauldrons with just a single punch. However, Shambles in shambles right now. Currently has no stagger, almost wins the strike board for the goal, but not quite there in time. Wavewalker up to Silux, gets intercepted by Elixol, and Wavewalker gets the nice clear with the primary, and now Zeko the Neko's on the defensive, having to use their primary to get it out. Silux with the pass to Shambles, but Shambles misses the pass, and Silux clears it through, but Shambles just quite isn't there to make the play.
Yep, we see Wavewalker holding down this barrier as Shambles finally catches a good opportunity to get it through. Zeko the Neko hanging out up top, able to get it right through Magi Carp there. And that's secret tech. We've been seeing more and more midfielders help out their goalies on defense, and kind of trickling down. Oh my god, through the ranks. And that tornado just griefed Shambles KO, which was very unlucky. But we see these midfielders helping out defensively more and more, which I think is awesome and a good thing. But a forward going against that is able to use the midfielder as a way to get it through. Why strike ward the goalie, who's generally pretty good at strike warring, when you can just get it through the midfielder instead,
Yeah, like Zeko the Neko really holding down that first barrier for a lot longer than I thought they were going to be able to. And Magi Carp making a couple critical mistakes in that last volley. Not only griefing the kill with the NATO, pushing Silux out of the Juliet ult, but also running into the middle and killing Elo on accident. And almost getting killed there by Shambles TF as overtime ticks down and Silux uses the overtime speed to their advantage. Shambles wins the strike war, but Asher Primary's there, and unfortunately just not able to get down in time from Silux's hit.
Yeah, mobility is a big thing that Asher struggles with. I've seen a lot of people just talk about which gear to take on Asher. A lot of people opting for Pauldrons for that additional size. And oh my god, I was watching the stream. I'm I'm an idiot. I was watching the stream replay and saw that tornado KO, which was awesome. That was also 10 seconds ago, so my bad.
Yeah, Elo kind of getting beat up here in the center. But yeah, Asher, a lot of Ashers tend to run the pauldrons and just kind of say, you know what, I'm going to just try and grab some speed or some, I don't know, maybe dash range if you're feeling really spicy. And try and make up for my lack of mobility and just having large presence when I need it, right? And the pauldrons aren't too bad on this map with the very small barriers. You can take over pretty much the entire barrier with pauldrons, but Zeko the Neko actually losing both barriers after Elo actually gets pushed off the map. So using Silux and Shambles, using this power play to their advantage to get both barriers, and now an open goal for the set point as overtime ticks in.
Yeah, we see oh, Elo playing midfield and trying to help Zeko the Neko defend, but once again, just shooting it towards the non-goalie player has just a really high success rate. Oh, welcome to the Demolitionist show, everyone. First carousel Demolitionist unlock. Whoever picks it up will win the game. Congratulations. So I'm really excited.
Oh man, Demo possibly going to Shambles right now.
Yep, and things are not looking good for Chikara X here. A Demolitionist is a massive pickup.
I'm very surprised by Silux taking Monumentalist here, though. Extra Special just on the table, Demolitionist on the table.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess trying to deny Era, but Era had Castellas, so at that point you're not really denying Era. You might as well just take your Bis.
You know, I think they're a Monu Amy believer, and I have bad news. Monu did almost kill that guy, but I'm going to keep it real with you. Oh, crazy backshot by Silux. Hold up. But I'm going to keep it real with you. Monu is not good on that character, and Extra Specials are really good on that character. So,
I mean, Monu's not terrible on Aimee, but you definitely want so many better things that she wants, rather than a larger turret that's a little harder to clear around.
Yeah, I would almost say Castellas is better on her than Monu. Oh my god, but a crazy dash punch gets it right through Wavewalker. I think that's what Chikara X kind of needs right now. Is just Elo to carry. They've got a Spark of Strength, Spec Training, Pummelers, a Dream.
Yeah, we got some Julio and Julie Violence coming up here on the top. Both running into the middle and then kind of just beating each other up for a little bit. Elo does have the chance to really take over this game with the Sparks, but I think Shambles is already in a position to take over the game with just Demolitionist. It's that strong.
Absolutely. Hey, with the Demolitionist bug, making it so that sometimes you get 24 seconds off your cooldowns instead of just 8, it's pretty good. Oh my god, the huge dash punch from downtown.
Yeah,
Jump scared.
And I believe Juliet's ult is a 24-second cooldown, is it not?
I thought it was 30 or 35, but I'm not sure. It's still... at 24 seconds off any cooldown is absurd, and it just shouldn't be in the game, you know? That's why it's 8 seconds normally, but oh my god.
Stuff.
Yeah, Silux contesting the core flip expertly and scoring a goal off of it.
One thing I would like to see these players take advantage of, I apologize for interrupting, but is
that's okay.
Like some of these players are getting quite low, and then they're just getting ignored, right? Nobody's really trying to finish off kills outside of the very obvious Julie dash punch or Aimee blink off the side like that.
Yeah, like that.
Psylocke's getting absolutely obliterated by Elo here. A nice pass to Magikarp intercepted from Wavewalker, but I think if these teams can take advantage of these KOs and take advantage of these people that are low, like Magikarp right now, and Elo getting beat up, but saying, no, I'm going to beat you up and put it into your goal, going up 2-1 in the set. I think if they can take advantage of these KOs more, they can see better results, right? Especially with Elo going for that Spark of Strength, already having, both Julies already having spec training and having great kill confirms in general. They'll probably see some great success off of that.
Yeah, especially with Chikara Chad's running that Aimee midfield. That character just puts out a ton of damage, has kill potential, and is able to make a lot happen. But in the face of a Juliet dash punch, what do you do? As Chikara X takes that set and evens it out. Oh, and is rewarded with either Fight or Flight, Big Fish, another Spark. This is the last one you will be receiving. Or Tempo Swing. Or Perfect Form, actually.
Yeah, this is such an unfortunate draft. Such an unfortunate draft because you really want Tempo Swing or Perfect Form on Julie, but you have a Spark, and this is the last set of Sparks. And opting for the Fight or Flight instead, I'm not so sure I prefer that because Tempo Swing is just so incredibly busted, but so is Perfect Form on Atlas, who now has Hot Shot and Perfect Form. This Atlas is going to have infinite secondaries, infinite primaries, and I'm not sure how they're going to find their way through this Atlas anymore, as Shambles is in shambles and gets taken off the pitch.
Yeah, knocked down just like that. And a bit of an unlucky expanse, not actually getting it out. Having 800 million CDR is great, but not being able to place those expanses makes it really hard to make use of them. Or just an unlucky situation, you never know. But here, we're really seeing Chikara Chad having trouble getting through this Asher goalie right now.
Yeah, Zeko the Neko really putting on a great showing for this Pauldron's Asher. And I know we were kind of like disparaging Asher in general as a goalie, but Zeko really just making it work. Arguably Dubu sized right now. Unfortunately missed that pass from Silex to Shambles. So now open goals for both teams. But Zeko really putting on a much better showing currently than Wavewalker, I would argue.
Yeah,
what a redirect.
Yeah, they picked up Spark of Agility in the last draft, helping with that speed issue, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to catch that strike up to the top corner. And now Chikara Chads are trying to pull it back.
Yeah, I'm curious if Zeko's going to try and take advantage of Egoist's buff to the static speed.
I don't think so.
Use Flip immediately. I was proven wrong instantly. I don't know if that was a caster's curse or something crazy, but that was a great save by Wavewalker. And now we're in the Doom scenario for Zeko. Yep, losing both barriers, getting that core in between the barriers.
Yeah, not really. It's so hard in that situation, and I think Asher just can't do much about it. But, oh my god, an insane Fiery Flurry almost puts it in right there. Silex trying to dime with Shambles, who is getting absolutely beat up. An Atlas ult coming out, helping them come out of the hospital. And we're in a bit of a standstill. Shambles close to getting a core flip, trying to kill Elo. Crazy maneuver. But it seems like they're just kind of stuck in ping pong hell right now, trying to get it through. But oh, Elo gets a crazy KO, and Shambles core flips it into the bottom corner. Meaning Chikara Chads have taken another point and are kind of running away with this set.
Yeah, so one of the things that I like to compare OS to is kind of like a fighting game of sorts, right? Not necessarily Super Smash Brothers, but it is a bit more Super Smash Brothers than, say, other fighting games. But one part of the game that seems to happen a lot in OSAS more than others is they tend to be in neutral, like right now, right? Nobody really has advantage on the core. Nobody really has incredible like core control and pressure. Now there's pressure, but there tends to be a lot more neutral states in not Overwatch, OSAS, as opposed to advantage states. But a great dribble from Elo gets to Magikarp, and he just hits it in right past Wavewalker.
Yep. I think you're onto something here. I think those neutral states are times where nobody has possession of the core, and either are trying, fighting other objectives like trying to KO people, like right now, or just, in a standstill, someone waiting for the core to get to them, or people chasing after it. And I think those situations are things that you don't often see in top-level play because players are so skilled at maintaining that core control. And I think that's something I would love to see as we go forward. OSAS players, OSAS watch. What I was about to say, and I don't know where that came from. Sorry. OSAS players, OSAS watchers, everyone in between, hear my call. It is time to spec into incredible core control right now. Oh no, or kills. Hey, you can kill people too. I don't mind. Really good.
Sometimes the
Welcome to
best
our
core
2v2
control.
mode.
Sometimes the best core control is striker control. They don't get to play the game, you don't have to battle them for control of the core.
Yeah, hey, a 3v2 is a lot easier than a 3v3. You don't need core control if they're just dead. Welcome to my kill comps. Oh my god. But a crazy, insane dash punch going right through the astral projection, which just hit the core. It means that Chikara X is taking back this set, which was being run so dominantly by Chikara Chads just a moment ago.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is just coming down to midfield play not quite being there from Silux. Kind of sitting up top, being in the right position sometimes, but sometimes you got to just get in there and really make that play happen, right? And that's a big difference between some of the OSAS players and the top level players. They know exactly when they have the pressure state to push in, make that play happen, as opposed to sit on the side and wait for, well, really anything to happen, but mostly eliminate clear options from goalies, as Magikarp has been shooting these vertical NATOs all game and has seen not too much success, but able to get Shambles off the pitch there in a 3v2, gets the barrier, flips in front of the goal, and just calmly hits it right by Silux into the top. Wow, what a play from Magikarp.
Yeah, the precision of an assassin right there. Taking a moment, holding the core flip, and just sending it in right after the Atlas uses their abilities. And it looks like Shambles is going to be rewarded with, we got 1-2, built diff, knife's edge for getting crazy, but the 1-2 punch, I think, is the right choice there. Especially with how hard these two Julies have been brawling, having 1-2 punch just means there's so much more damage coming out, and they're able to, get these KOs a little bit quicker. Other Julie, though, picking up knife's edge, also really enjoy that pickup.
I'm very confused by that Silux pickup, though. Ariel's in play and opts for the Chrono Boost instead. Chrono Boost offering basically nothing to Amy that Ariel's doesn't, while Ariel's also gives the range. Now, I will say some Amy players don't like the range on her primary because they prefer to play around the current range as it is. But honestly, that's kind of just... I don't know, I'm going to say it, Yoshi. That's just a skill issue.
Yeah, that's some hard coping. Yeah, and was it to deny Era?
No, Silux was last pick.
Oh,
what a case,
interesting.
Though.
But hey, maybe they know what they're doing with the Chrono Boost and not picking up projectile range, as I believe a glitch pop right there just put it in.
Yeah, I do know that some Amy players think that buff time affects their ult duration, the turret duration, but it unfortunately does not.
It does not. Hate to break it.
We're demolishing here, Yoshi. Shambles gets the barrier and immediately is able to ult and dash punch, but gets stuffed out by the Asher barrier for own. And Elo trying to pass through the Atlas thing, but not the easiest pass to make with the curvature, and Zeko just barely missing the dash, loses the barrier. The side of Chikara Chads has a good opportunity now to go up 2-0 in the set and try and take it to a set 5. Just barely missing some of these shots from Shambles.
Yep, Wave Walker, I was about to say, doing a great job defending that barrier, but they're doing a great job of defending this barrier, and that's what's important. My bad. I've conjured a terrible care spawn Wave Walker.
What in the world just killed?
Oh, I no idea. But
I was not paying attention to Magikarp, and they do not exist anymore, Yoshi.
Well, you hate to see it if you're a Chikara X fan right now, but they're back in business, and Zeko the Neko pulls off that save against the core flip. Holding strong.
Ooh, Shambles winning the strike war against 2. Unable to catch it in time is Zeko the Neko, and going up 2 in the set puts him in great position again to get a set 5 going. Let's hope they don't get reverse sweep a second time. I don't want to curse them, but I might have.
Has been in this situation before, and we might be seeing some more of that crazy reverse sweep action coming out. As Silux dies to, I believe, a random magic maelstrom.
Yeah,
just sent out there like a hitman to kill him.
Magical maelstrom destroying the magical Aimee girl. Magical girl violence right now. Magikarp putting on a great showing right here, keeping the core in play in the 2v3, but the turret is able to get it out, and Silux blinks to the other side of the map, try and make a play on Zeko, as Juliets are just absolutely brawling right now in the midfield. Zeko trying to make a play with the Egoist, pushing up, but is unable to grab it around the Atlas primary, using the flip now just to clear, but clears it right to Silux, and loses the barrier for it. Elo going for a pass to Magikarp. Beautiful passing play there. Magikarp just able to slot it into the top corner.
Yep. Wave Walker on the Atlas also has the same problem that Asher goalie has. Atlas just doesn't have any mobility. He's got the boots. Kicking it with the J's and the stacks. Just huge, but no movement abilities means that you have to spend more time getting from point A to point B. Oh my god. Than other goalies, but hey, yeah, Elo's running away with these KOs and sitting on a core flip right now, using that nice edge. Or no, where did their speed come from?
Their speed comes from Pummelers.
Oh, Pummelers!
With Pummelers buff.
Yeah, happy Pummelers buff, everyone.
Right now. And also running the Fighter Flight pickup. I wasn't really too sure about that, as Wavewalker decides instead of live, he says die to Elo. And the Iron Spear comes out in a rare showing on goalie, as Silux and Shambles put it in right over Zeko, taking us to set 5.
Yeah, welcome to set 5, everyone. As Chikara Chads have brought this one back, and we're looking at there's Timeless, Silux's first pick. It's got to be that, right? We've been talking about Silux's drafts before, but they took Super Surge instead. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Normally, if this wasn't like an Atlas, I would actually say that
goats in the chat.
Exclamation mark goats. But Super Surge is actually pretty big for specifically this Aimee build, because
the Super Dash build.
Deadeye heavy impact pummelers with double dash range means you can get sniped from basically anywhere on the map. Now, the Mani is a little questionable, as there was a better option for Aimee in that draft. I don't remember what it was, but I remember
Extra Special.
Extra Special, that's correct.
Which I would venture as far as to say that's her best awakening.
It is easily her best awakening, besides maybe Hot Shot, because Hot Shot gives her the cooldown reduction on her turret, which will generally hit the core anyway. But yeah, Extra Special is just better. Oh, what a play! That was incredible, actually. Shambles using the ult to dribble it off the top to themselves, and just kicking it in past Zeko on the top.
Yeah, very well done. And something we neglected to mention is the Timeless being picked up by Wavewalker. Creation's very good on Atlas. That might be why Silux elected for Super Surge, to allow Wavewalker to pick up that extra defensive utility. I don't know. I think Timeless Aimee is still really good, but
especially with the Manu, right? Because when you take Manu as Aimee, you're basically looking to play ultimate build. Otherwise, you just don't take Manu except to deny specific characters. But there was no denying Era in that draft when she had Castellass up anyway. And so now that you have the Manu as Aimee, you want to just take Timeless.
Oh my god!
Because a Timeless Manu Aimee turret is so impossibly hard to clear against for most goalies without some support from their midfield. And even with support from the midfield, if you, as the Aimee, are supporting your forward with a Timeless Manu turret, you're pretty much guaranteed to get something done.
Yeah, absolutely. But here we're looking at a bit of a dominant performance by Chikara Chads. Once again, it's been a very back and forth game, but the Chads kind of running with this. Not to be confused with a different Osas team also called the Chads, I just realized. But Chikara Chads putting on a lot of pressure right now, and Locket in the bottom corner there. Shambles kind of going off.
Yeah, and a beautiful pass from Silux makes that play happen.
Yep. We've been talking about draft the whole time. Shambles picked up bulk up and has tempo swing, so the damage is just coming out. in spades, and it's, I think, really showing.
Yeah, Tempo Swing, notably already strong as an Awakening, receiving another buff a few weeks ago, has kind of become almost a win condition in itself, as Elo is saying, no more win condition for you, with no midfielder, taking Silex off the pitch, and saying, I'm the one true baller in this draft. Ooh, Elo with a great ultimate there, Fiery Flurry, to get that barrier, and now just trying to make some passing plays happening, as Shambles not only cuts the pass, but also just eliminates the era. Says, I don't want to be shrunk anymore. Honey, we do not want these kids shrunk anymore. And almost getting the dash punch on the goal and getting the ultimate just to secure it. Wow, Shambles just kind of putting on a clinic right now. And I say that, and the game's already over, Yoshi. I forgot the game was over.
I was about to say, wow, that Asher Primary will be getting it through Shambles, meaning that Chikara X will get to keep, stay and play and get it through, but the ult was just too strong. Maybe even a bit of a specialized moment, just pushing it right through. Just like that.
Yeah, a bit of questionable drafts from the side of Chikara Chads, but Silex and Shambles making that double forward play to just keep it going around Zeko, around Elo. And Wavewalker kind of just getting the Atlas page of all time to make sure that Elo couldn't score on them, and just kind of pulling it together and being able to, despite being down a set in the fourth set, able to take back the last two they needed for the win.
Yeah, really, really impressive performances from both teams, and hey, as you mentioned, interesting drafts, but hey, that's welcome to me growing to the old age of 80 instantaneously and forgetting where I am. Welcome to Osas, the educational content, where we talk about all the different draft opportunities and things that are going on, and hopefully, we don't see any more exclamation mark goats mom from the chat. Everyone is saying that the last draft is fine. I think I agree. It was fine. I can't deny that I think Timeless on Amy is just always the right pick no matter what, but Atlas picking up also good.
Yeah, I think that's the only time you don't take Timeless there. And even then, I would say it's a little questionable just because of the Monumentalist. But picking Super Surge does allow your Atlas to take Timeless, or forces the Asher, who was second in draft, to take Timeless away from the Atlas, who then just gets to pick whatever else Atlas wants, because Atlas doesn't really care what his Awakenings are, as long as he gets a little bit of cooldown.
Yep. Right. Drafting is incredibly difficult, which is why I think some of those earlier drafts were, again, exclamation mark goats, but it's so hard to navigate, and there's always, if one person takes this, it leaves other things open for the rest of their team, other things open for the rest of the enemy team. Again, I just said it, but it is hard to navigate, and
Well, Goats drafts are no Goats drafts. That game went the distance, and it was nice to see after the 3-0 just before it. And because it went the distance, most everyone's done at this point. The only round 2 games still going on really are round 2 winners games are Deets Nuts versus Convergence. Convergence taking it over Asher's big barriers. And now Asher's enormous barriers. And now Chikara making a pretty good showing here in winners quarters. They have Chads currently facing off against Winton from Overwatt, who took it over Chikara Wag. And Chikara Clinkers waiting for their opponent in either Deets Nuts or Convergent. Chikara Inters. Okay, I thought that was just shortening itself from the character limit. But Chikara Inters versus Nameless.
Ooh.
Is current one. Nameless taking it over Seraphim Crimson in winners round of 16 or
Oh,
round
wow.
round of 16. So they are now facing against Chikara Inters, and Chikara Cheetos taking it over Chikara Fire. Now facing Magical Meeps, who took it over Omniscient.
Yeah,
So,
very interesting. I'm super excited for this next match because Seraphim Crimson, once again, a team that we've seen before in the previous season, and has put on a good performance, getting knocked out by a team called Nameless with players that I don't think I've ever heard of. I'm really excited to see what they can do. Yeah, and into a Chikara team, which, as we saw that last match, definitely a force to be reckoned with. All the Chikara teams look to be doing really well and being pretty good bracket threats out here. So I want to see if, they bested the Seraphim team. Can they take down Chikara as well?
it would be quite the story to not only take out Seraphim, but also a Chikara team that's known for being a decently strong team in the Osas world. And then being able to make it to semifinals week 1 against some stronger teams would be quite the run for a team with the coincidental name of Nameless. I actually think we're going to get them on stream here as we're filling up the lobby as much as we can. So in Chikara Inters, we have the same roster I believe they've always had, which is Wire Enjoyer, C Turncoat with the name of Walter Turncoat, and Cliff 86. Versus the roster of this new Nameless roster of Valerius, Sistane, and Skyax. I don't remember if that was Nameless's previous roster, though.
Right. Oh, has Nameless participated before?
Oh, I thought you were saying Nameless participated and that was their name, but you were saying the name they lost against was Nameless, which is the Nameless team.
Oh,
I get it now.
I'm
where's
really
the Atlas Think emote when you need it?
Atlas Big Brain. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited for this match. I want to see what Nameless can do.
Yeah, I mean they've got a good run. They took it over. Their 2 wins currently are over Melted Ice Cream. Legit, never heard of them and never heard of their player names either. But then having to go against Seraphim Crimson, a previous team, and now another previous team, Chikara Inters. Filling up the lobby. We should be getting into it shortly. I don't know if the teams are deciding to take a break, but we'll see.
They're probably settling map picks and bans right now. It means we're in here for a moment, waiting to see what map we will be playing on. Looks like it might be Night Market. That's the map currently being hovered.
Yeah, but it's the good old Smash map strikes and bans where everyone just goes to the same map over and over because all the other maps aren't as fun. And so we get the Night Market Atlas duo in Omega Strikers because Imes and Obscura are off the table, and frankly, not very many people like Obscura. And to me, that's slander, but
Hey, Obscura is awesome. I remember a time where people hated Demon Deus and they said this is a Brawlfest gimmick map, and it needs to be taken out of the game. And then the moment it was taken out of the game, Inky, Splashdown, and Obscura were added, and people said, "Hey, wait a minute, let's slow down." I like that. And now Clarion Corp's been added. People have come around, love Demon Deus again. And I think the opinion on Gates of Obscura will slowly turn around. It seems pretty split. A lot of people already are fans of it, but to the people that are not, I think eventually everyone will come around to it being a generally well-liked map. The corner portals are a little goofy, but it's an interesting map, and I think it's a great opportunity to take something that's very different in this game, especially for people who have been playing a while, to look at this game and say, here's something new that doesn't operate like anything else. How do you have to approach it? Just something cool to learn. I hope more maps do that. Maybe not with corner portals, where we get into the ping pong masterpiece that is goalie versus goalie, but
Yeah,
new.
I think a lot of the criticism of Obscura mostly just comes from the corner portals just being so goofy, and the corner portals requiring the goalie to have just a lot more mindful presence of the game,
Mm-hmm.
especially because almost regardless of what goalie you are, unless your name is Dubu, uh, you generally just don't want it to be in the corner of all time with no portals on your side. And that gets extremely stressful for any goalie player. And so I think goalies in general just don't like that map, whereas forwards are like, yeah, this map's great. We get to do all these cool things with portals. We get to put it in this corner, and the goalie doesn't get to clear it for free. It's awesome.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's forwards sit there, and I don't think have once said, "Let's do cool things with portals." It's I'm going to camp this corner, receive the ball, and really just press all of my buttons. Hey, speaking of pressing buttons, hello Asher, and hello Amy Ban. Whoa.
see, this is what I would love to see from more of these OSAS teams, right? Because Aimee being free means a lot of people tend to pick her as like their first character, right? And then they spend a bunch of time playing her and they're like, wow, this character can do everything in the game all the time. I get to do all the things. And so they just play her only forever and get to a point where they're like, yeah, I'm actually okay with this Aimee character. And then they get banned and they're like, oh, I have to play the rest of the game? So
Yeah.
seeing Aimee bans come
Love
out
that.
here, seeing Aimee bans, more Aimee bans from these OSAS teams, I think they'll see a lot more success, at least in these early stages.
Yeah. Well, here we have a team comp that am struggling to figure out who's in which position. We see Chikara Inter is pulling out a bold and brave Era X, a great comp, especially on this map. But Nameless pulling out a Rasmus goalie, which actually a really awesome pick on Night Market. Being able to get those hooks across the barriers and defend them both is really nice. And a Finny midfield, which
Yeah,
after the rework, the character's been seeing a lot of play. Oh my god.
SkyX choosing violence and saying no X lore for you today, taking X off the map but Cliff's able to intercept. I'm a little intrigued by this Finny pickup because Finny Juliet is not the greatest combo as we see Finny get their own barrier, unfortunately. Um,
Oh my god.
as Juliet just
No
kind
fun
of just does
allowed.
that. Yeah, Juliet just kind of does that. She doesn't care about people being damaged or not. She's just gonna get her KOs where she gets them, and if they happen to be staggered, then well, cool. That's a nice little treat on the top. Um, so Finise almost works better for the X as opposed to the Juliet, but and Finise not really having a ton of core control despite her secondary being buffed the way it is. So I actually think that the side of Chikara Inters have a stronger advantage here, but Wire Enjoyer, despite being taken off the pitch twice, is currently in the XP lead from getting the goal, or almost the XP lead.
Yeah, wowee. I agree 100%. Also, forgot to mention, perfect form start. Abilities will be coming out. Oh my god. But this Skyaxe guy just like hones in on these people against the walls. It's I have to wonder if they pick Night Market because it's seeming like they have such an advantage with this Julie on the map. And Chikara enters not having a goalie for 12 seconds means that they will be getting scored on right there as really a difficult situation to be in, you know?
Yeah, Nameless's map bans were Inky's and Atlas Lab after Inter's banned Clarion and Oni. So definitely not wanting to deal with the larger map in this case, choosing for that more brawler style in Night Market. And it's paying dividends for SkyX specifically, and even Sustain, only just getting a KO. Valerius kind of hitting off their own barrier to keep momentum, I guess. But yeah, Wire Endurer just not really enjoying themselves right now, getting KO'd by both forwards consistently, but still able to find goals, still able to find pressure, despite it.
Yeah, it's really impressed with how Chikara Inches have been able to hold on this long. Wire Enjoyer playing for, I believe, various teams in Osas before, and a really strong forward player. Enjoying munching on those wires on X. And hey, doing a great job at it.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta munch, Zyoshi.
Sometimes you're hungry, and it's time to make it happen.
When you get KO'd 3 times, you turn into a hungry boy. One hungry boy. As we get night marketed angled into that barrier.
Yeah, wow. I think what you were saying about team comps earlier is correct. Oh my god. But Rasmus Goalie being able to do that, always pretty good. Yeah, I think this Finny pick, I assume Sustain the Amy player getting banned out. Definitely not super helpful for Juliet. Just like, especially a player like Skyax, who, as we've seen, just finds KOs out of nowhere. I have to wonder if the Finny pick is out of comfort, if nothing else.
Very likely, because a lot of IME players tend to go towards Finny. Even though they have wildly different playstyles, they can kind of play the same. Wire Enjoyer is saying, alright, it's your turn, Skyax, get out of this game. And hitting a great shot to the top. But yeah, a lot of IME players tend to eke towards the Estelle/Finny picks, as they kind of have a similar game plan as IME. And we have a great combo there from Sustain and Skyax, though. The primary into the ultimate from Juliet secures the KO onto Wire Enjoyer, and now the 2v3, they should have a good opportunity if Sustain can get around this era, but unable to get around the era in time. And Wire Enjoyer is back, 3v3 again.
Yeah, something I just noticed, Walter Turncoat sporting Strike Shot Atlas, which, after the great Momentum Boots renaissance from Season 1, where people realized that Dubu was actually one of the best goalies in the game if you ran him with boots. Oh my god. Hey, who cares about that? The Wire Enjoyer and getting the X special of just punching it in, or rather dashing it in, X-Train coming through, and there's Demolitionist, and Fighter Flight.
Oh no. Demolitionist with Era first pick means the Era has to take it. Because Demolitionist on Finny is just insane. Absolutely insane. Rasmus doesn't really want it as the goalie, but he kind of just doesn't care because he gets size. Yeah, and Demolitionist
size to size. Wire Enjoyer picking up Quick Strike. Big here. And Skyax getting Fighter Flight with... Which actually, I don't know how useful that will be, because I don't think you get secondary refresh off of KOing. I think it's only staggering. So
I actually think it has a bug as well, where if you stagger them, but they get KO'd from the thing that staggered them, it doesn't give you the secondary back.
Oh, wow. So yeah, being able to pick it up as a sort of pseudo slick kicks is very nice, but if Skyax is hoping to get these secondary refreshes, you're going to have to work with their Finny to make it happen, because otherwise... well, all the KOs coming out from Skyax have just been turbo one-shots. But hey, Wire Enjoyer looking
getting
low.
Turbo one-shot, almost.
Yeah, wowie. Oh, and a great core flip from the midfield line means Skyax will be putting it in the top corner.
Yeah, while I generally agree with Sustain's pick on the heavy impact, Fighter Flight is actually one of Finny's best awakenings. And arguably one of the best awakenings on Night Market. What an angle, though!
The dollar menu McDouble.
The dollar menu coming out to play tonight. And Wire Enjoyer, unfortunately unable to play, just getting beat up left and right. But as I was saying, Fighter Flight, one of Finny's... That was... What in the world?
Yeah, wow.
Almost gets the dollar menu McDouble and the snipe through Night Market's various... Wow. I can almost talk about Sustain's play right now all the time. But I wanted to mention that Fighter Flight is one of Finny's best trainings because she's not the greatest at securing kills, but she's incredible at staggering. And being able to stagger constantly and get your secondary back up consistently because of that is incredible. And additionally, Fighter Flight is just crazy on Night Market that ends up just being ping-pong the animation half the time.
Yeah, Sustain also taking Siphoning Wand, so not having that slick kicks for mobility. Fighter Flight helps with Finny's mobility a lot, because not having any movement abilities makes it really hard to get around the map. But if you can run around, stagger people, and especially have that secondary get refreshed, which is so strong for doing damage, and now after the rework, just occupying space, kind of like a rune pillar, it means that this is a great, or it would be a great pickup. So, hey, we've been talking about drafting quite a bit out here, but I think a good draft can take a team, just all the way to the end. If you're able to draft well and get through, oh my god, but if you're able to kill with Aranado, you can do whatever you want.
Actually, I think that was the Fini killing with core flip.
Oh, you're right, my bad. I just saw the tornado come in.
Yeah, an interesting thing about the team dynamics here is Sustain and SkyX don't quite have the synergy that Cliff and Wire Enjoyer do. But because Wire Enjoyer is just generally unable to play the game, they're not able to make as many plays as SkyX and Sustain are able to.
Oh wow, but
it doesn't matter as long as the plays you make score a goal.
Yeah, the core bouncing off both bumpers, and then it being in perfect position for Wire Enjoy to tap it in the bottom. Valerius, unfortunately, just not able to get there in time. Erasmus' ability is taking a bit to come out. I don't know if they had any cooldowns, but I don't know if any of them would have been able to catch that. Just unfortunate. See from Nameless, and oh my god, Wire Enjoyer is having a great time. Mouthful of copper, ready to make it happen.
Yeah, being
in.
able to pick up that quick strikes just really is letting Wire Enjoyer actually get to play the game, because not only are they able to put out more damage due to perfect form and quick strikes, but they're gaining so much energy they're able to evade just more often and make sure that they can't just be taken off the pitch, basically on cooldown as they were in the first set.
Mm-hmm. Man, SkyX now staggered. Just trying to get a KO. Kind of struggling to find their positioning right now. I think it's very dangerous. Hanging around the middle where they can't get orbs. And now, oh my god, a huge offensive push from Nameless means they can get their barrier. Walter Turncoat close to a core flip, but with Wire Enjoyer getting knocked out, and Walter Turncoat using the core flip and expanse to defend that. Chikara Inters are able to get the next barrier and are now moments away from potentially winning this set.
The Fini ult there, I think it actually caused the own barrier. Valerius having the hookup, nice save, big save from Valerius there. Almost getting another demon angle is Wire Enjoyer, but Cliff 86 Wire Enjoyer in prime position now to score, but the Fini secondary keeps it out of play just for now. Valerius down to the bottom, Cliff to Wire Enjoyer, but Wire Enjoyer not really having the staggered really to make much of a play. Now under a lot of pressure from the team of Nameless, as Valerius uses the core flip to clear, but hits the barrier and loses unfortunate possession. But Wire Enjoyer again being taken off the pitch, and Walter Turncoat trying to use the core flip to clear it, but gets night marketed. No, how unfortunate.
You hate to see it. Night Market always bringing out just some of the worst of angles. But hey, Nameless fans rejoice. This whole set has been evened out. Wire Enjoyer popping a sorry. I'm feeling a little remorseful here. But we're back to... think about what you said earlier about neutral. I was going to say we're back to neutral. But with all of these, with the Night Market small hallways, it feels like there's never a time that the core is not in someone's hands being hit.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
The neutral on Night Market tends to be the ping-ponging, but Cliff 86 just gets a great pass to Wire Enjoyer, interrupts SkyX's strike from the NATO, and just secures the set.
Yeah, wow. And now they're up 2 sets, and we're looking at a huge draft. Knife's Edge, 1-2 punch, tempo swing all on the board, bulk up even. I imagine Walter Turncoat here is looking for that hot shot, but it gets picked up by Cliff 86 instead. And then a 1-2 punch on Finny. Actually a great pick with the secondary reworks. And Knife's Edge on Valerius. Great for the goalie who gets the buff off their goalie, or off the goal line. super interesting draft. There.
I'm not
Wow.
terribly upset with the hotshot pick there because hotshot Rasmus goalie with perfect form is actually kind of a threat. Very difficult to deal with the secondary and primary of Rasmus, and if he has them up even more, then he kind of becomes a bit of a wall. Obscure Bread's notably an incredible Rasmus goalie, and I think if you gave Obscure Bread's that hotshot and perfect form, he would just be having the time of his life. But
Yeah.
Nameless here, no barriers to speak of. Valerius getting the KO onto Wire Enjoyer, so a lot of pressure taken off them for the time being. But Nameless needs to make a play happen. Skyax going for the perpendicular dash punch. Almost making it work, but not quite. As Wire Enjoyer comes back, and just unable to take advantage of these power plays they're able to give themselves.
Yep, dribbling it up though, Diamond of Clip 86, who had a great shot right in between Sustain and Valerius, puts it in. And you got to see Wire Enjoyer put that quick strike to work in a way that's not just for beating the ever-loving crap out of people.
Yeah, and one thing I didn't comment on in the draft is Valerius taking Knife's Edge is great, and Fini taking 1-2 punch is also great, but that actually left Juliet with basically nothing in that draft. Skyax saying I don't really need anything to get these goals right now, but yeah, the Juliet just not really getting to feast on a very brawler-heavy draft.
Whoa!
But again, Skyax just says, no, I'm just going to fly in and punch you in the face with the pass from Sustain.
Yeah, Skyax picking up Super Surge, which is a very polarizing pick for Juliet. Some players loving it and some not. But Skyax able to get that extra dash range to put it in the corner there. You know, a beautiful stuff coming out. I think that's a big difference maker. Skyax may be wanting that Super Surge all along, though I don't over 1-2 punch. Maybe not. Hey, it's, like you said, Skyax saying I don't need any of that. Can put it in with just my bare hands, and doing just that.
Nameless really just kind of making it work for them right now, despite having some trouble working on the power plays. Like, here they get another power play, but it's Wire Enjoyer who's getting barriers, who's keeping core control with the quick strikes, building up that core flip, and unfortunately whiffing it at the end of it all, but still has core control, has possession in a power play scenario. Just really kind of making Nameless have to drop, making Skyax have to drop back and put them on the back foot. Yeah,
we see both barriers down. Sustain just coming off of being staggered, and Skyax almost had an opportunity to put it in. Bit of an awkward dribble. Mains, they can't, but puts Wire Enjoyer into the wall. And that's a core flip from the midfield line, sending it right into the bottom corner.
Yeah,
a Walter Turncoat and Cliff 86 both stacked up top, meaning that bottom is completely left open.
So we all know about the great Juliet debate on whether Super Surge is good on her or not, but Skyax is really showing some proficiency with the increased dash range here, being able to snipe that clear, being able to get dash punch KOs despite having the increased range, and arguably using it to their advantage to also score these goals. As Wire Enjoyer gets an incredible strike for that barrier. So Skyax really just showing like, hey, maybe it's possible they even communicated that Skyax gets the Super Surge here. But Valerius with an unfortunate clear sends it right to Wire Enjoyer, who slots it between the defenders.
Yep, Wire Enjoyer having a great strike. And I think the Super Surge on Julie is a super interesting discussion because on one hand, obviously, you get to pack more damage on your dash, more range, able to reach further and get, a greater, or more opportunities to get barriers and KOs. But if you miss your dash, or, are too far away, whoa, you can get put out of position. But again, sometimes you just get those KOs much more easily than you would otherwise. I think the chance of getting put out of position, because when you're out of position as Juliet, you are, in no man's land doing nothing, absolutely out of position. So it's a super interesting risk reward. It also changes up your dash punch timing.
What a play.
Yeah, wow.
And that's the game. Wire Enjoyer and Cliff 86 just kind of having way too much pressure for the side of Nameless, unable to make the clears necessary. Fini just kind of getting bullied by the X that scaled, and just unable to make the Fini pick work here in the end.
Yeah.
So I think the Imi ban paying dividends for Chikara Inters. Unfortunately, Imi One Tricks, you do need to learn other characters if you are Imi One Trick. And I speak from the heart here because I was an Imi One Trick for a long time.
Yeah. I think Nameless putting on a great show and doing really well on that Fini pick, almost racking up 200 redirects, most in the game. Doing great work. And I mean, yeah, 30, almost 37k damage. Oh my god. Yeah, I think it just, despite doing so much for the game, it's just an awkward pick. I think the Rasmus goalie, well, I love the pick, and I think Valerius did really well on it. I think there was just too much pressure coming out from the Era X combo to super reliably defend in some situations. Sometimes it just looked like Valerius couldn't be in every position at once. So super difficult. But yeah, congratulations, Chikara Inters. Did a great job out there, and congrats to Nameless for getting this far. Again, I don't know if they've ever participated in OSAS or even a tournament before, but that was a great showing. I think each of their players did really well, despite the loss.
Yeah, and now we're getting into our next game, also in Witter's Quarters. But I think they're putting this game on stream because it is a rematch, Ziyoshi. We've got Chikara Clinkers versus Deets Nuts. Basically a rematch from OSAS Season 2.
Yeah, Clinkers just barely missing the qualification. I believe only participating in the last few weeks of OSAS. And Deets Nuts making it to the Invitationals. Unfortunately, not making it to top 8, meaning that they are eligible to keep participating, which is, hey, why they're here. Also, fun fact, Deets Nuts is a full West team, and we're the only full West team in the OSAS Invitational for Season 2. So, super cool there.
My team, Jujutsu Core Flip, was Westies at heart, but it was only 2 of us were technically West, with Thespian Gamer being an East Gamer, but an honorary Westie.
Yep, almost there. Oh, also, gotta check with production really quickly, but I think Chikara Inters has qualified for the OSAS Invitational with that win. I'm not 100%, but oh no, they're 1 game away. Hey, almost.
They're 1 game away, yeah.
Yeah,
it's top 3, I believe, or top 4.
Top 3. I think it's top 4. Top 4.
Thank you, Simon.
Oh my god! Hey, there's a losers bracket. I didn't.
Turns out.
Yeah, there were so many entrants that I was only looking at winner side, but I scrolled down and hey, people are still in the mines going at it, and that is what you like to see. A lot of teams still going through, and that means that 2 teams will be qualifying off the winners or on the winner's side. Chikara Inters sitting in the winner's semis and having that opportunity to make it to top 4. But also, 2 teams will be qualifying from loser side, meaning that even taking a loss doesn't mean that you're completely out. You'll have a chance to make a crazy losers run and make it there.
Yeah, and speaking of crazy losers runs right now, the Own Goalers and Asher's Big Barriers going into losers round 2, but are currently sitting in losers round 3. Tank Brigade and Own Goalers have reported their... Oh no, they just started their game. Okay, I thought it reported their game. And and even Melted Ice Cream, making it past the Golden Horde and Everybody Loves Dubu in losers to make it to losers round 3. So some already pretty crazy losers bracket runs, beating teams that came down from winners and still making it past them into the 3rd round.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how the losers bracket shakes out. A lot of interesting teams going through, and you mentioned Asher's Big Barriers right now going against Seraphim Crimson in a match that just started. That's a match that I want to see the result of. But in the meantime, I believe we are still setting up Chikara Clinkers versus Deets Nuts.
Yeah, and a Chikara team has officially qualified simply because there's 2 Chikara teams in the winter semifinals.
Oh no, Chikara Inters versus Chikara Cheetos. One of those teams gets to qualify, and the other team, unfortunately,
No, they
has
get
to
one
get
more.
sent to the losers
They
bracket.
get one more chance at qualifying
Hey.
because they'll be sent to the quarterfinal, and so they'll have one additional chance to qualify.
Oh yeah, yeah, super interesting. There's a lot of Chikara teams, so like you said, one of them is guaranteed to qualify, but the rest of them are seeming to have to fight their way through.
Well, and speaking of those fighting their way through, unfortunately, the ones that win also means that some must lose, and some of the Chikara teams have got to give them an 07. They are currently out. Chikara Chatters 07. Chikarmi 07 and Chikara Fire, all unfortunately eliminated in losers round 2. So Chikara winning but also losing in this.
I appreciate you all showing up for the ceremony in which we mourn the loss of these Chikara teams, but not for very long because I have an opportunity to keep trying next week. So no use crying over. Actually, I was gonna say spilled milk, but I was gonna replace it with something else. I'm so lost.
I can't either.
Yeah, no, it's these things happen. Hey, with Chikara teams qualifying, there will be fewer in the bracket to have to go against.
Okay, I know we're getting into this game, but I have to comment that Chikara Chatters not only lost and is currently out, but they've lost both of their games to other Chikara teams.
Oh no!
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, Chikara Chatters probably excited that some of these Chikara teams will be qualifying and thinning out what they have. But whoa! First of all, hey, Night Market, we're back.
Are we surprised?
And we see, One True Unicorn rocking the Juliet. Just a lot of Juliet Night Markets coming out. Another thing, no ban coming out from Chikara Clinkers here, whereas Amy ban coming out against Arctic, who primarily plays Amy goalie. Now picking the Now, it's haha Now, and I'm gonna once again start chatting it up. I think Now is just not good.
I am right there with you. I think Now goalie is questionable at best, and especially on a map like Night Market. I think the Now pick isn't just because of maybe comfort, but maybe to try and counteract damage. Especially against a Zentaro, that could be probably pretty strong. But against a Rune, well, it is Rune goalie, so maybe he won't go for the banish kills. But it's possible.
Right, Banish still doing a ton of damage, but the one barrier drops for Deets Nuts. I'm pretty sure K20, a seasoned Rune goalie player, otherwise, why would they pick it? But whoa, we're looking at a Super Surge start, which Fluffy Griffin, I believe, very, very comfortable with the Zentaro. Probably very happy to see the Super Surge come out. Took Magnetized Souls. Young man, see me after class. We can't be doing that. And Dagger Swagger, on the other end, being good for the non-Super Surge characters here. Unfortunately, though, K20 picking up Stagger Swagger, not enough to save him from getting knocked out there. And One True Unicorn puts it in with the Dash Bunch.
Yeah, the team of Chikara Clinkers choosing the Atlas, basically, team in saying that you will not kill us, we must live. with two people picking, both forwards picking Stagger Swagger, and the Now means this team is going to be very hard to KO via Stagger.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't stop saying absolutely. Hey,
just like me and Incredible. When Mr. Incredible was on the screen.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
yeah. Oh no.
The self McDouble. The self McDouble from Fluffy Griffin. How unfortunate. And Makun tries to ego through the Rune Pillar for a goal, but whoa, then gets an incredible redirect around the Rune Pillar to get One Tree Unicorn the rock and just says, yeah, Rune Goalie doesn't get to play this game when I'm right in your face.
Yep. Hey, once again, Rune Goalie hard to call him a ranged goalie per se. Is definitely does have that defensive capability with the pillars, but if you have someone standing right on top of you, yeah, and the pillars can't form, and then you lose all of that defensive pressure. It's just not there. And oh my god, big banish. The pillar almost sends it forward, but unfortunately, then we get there, and we see BestieInSlot sitting on a lot of core flips, but they don't need it because Fluffy Griffin just Oni's blade. Oni's bladed that guy straight to the next point.
Yeah, Arctic sitting on a fair bit of energy there, opting not to evade, and it gets heavily punished for it in both the goal and the KO. Remember, goalies, try to evade things that are going to score on you if you have no other choice, especially. And Fluffy Griffin just, gets both barriers and just knocks it in past Arctic, who has no cooldowns and now is not the greatest at dealing with people in her face, like a lot of goalies.
Yep. Fluffy Griffin just getting in there. I've been informed that the Magsol's pick is actually the Bortec, best Centauro NA, and probably just best Centauro. Don't know about the other regions, but I feel like True Unicorn was about to pop off there with the double barrier. Magsol's being great as a core control option for his team, and able to put it in off that and take the set.
Yeah, Arctic opting to try and heal Makun before they died, but in place of now going forward to heal, she is not there to defend and just loses the goal.
Yep, unlucky. But here, Twin Drive being picked up by the Super Surge Centauro. Very huge. Just Mobility King right there. And Specialized coming out from Arctic just for further healing. So they are really going all in on this healing potential. Quick Strike's being picked up by Nade YT, which is just such a good awakening on Era specifically. Being able to drop speed, especially with the Super Surge speed, slick kicks, and just being able to strike and cover so much distance with your strike hitbox. Being able to pump out those strikes even faster. It just feels like a different character. It's beautiful.
Yeah,
so I'm really excited to see what Nade YT can do there.
And on Night Market specifically, right, it tends to, like I said, become ping-pong the animation. And so when you're ping-ponging, if you have quick strikes, you just get generally more advantage states than disadvantage states in the strike wars. And so it puts you in such a great position to constantly keep it forward, even through the ping-pongs.
Mm-hmm. It's so much easier to push it through with that. And hey, quick strike also being an energy awakening, which is easy to forget, but Nade YT now sitting on a core flip. K20 very close behind. But we're kind of in a standstill. Yeah, again, just Nade YT having trouble getting it through, getting it to Fluffy Griffin to put it in. But here he is, sitting on, both barriers getting taken, and a core flip.
Oh, what a strike by one True Unicorn, though, to deny that core flip. And then another core flip denial by Fluffy Griffin.
What a sequence. Arctic almost able to get it out of that situation with the core flip. Really well done, but Fluffy Griffin just had every option covered. And with the primary, able to stuff out that core flip super easily, and I'm really impressed.
Yeah, K22 doing pretty dang good at this Rune goalie, despite Rune's kind of weakness to Julia in a way. And BestieInSlot's showing the power of a former Osas qualifier. Fluffy Griffin just getting these nice double barriers against a goalie that just doesn't really have the ability to keep something from that happening if it gets out of her hands. And Makun with a flip right past K22 shows them, you know what, we almost qualified as well, so don't sleep on us.
Yeah, that last set did go 2-3, very close, and I believe Makun being a new addition to the roster, putting in good work getting that goal right there. Hey, both these teams pushing towards the heights of what is expected of Osas, and doing He's doing really well. I think Fluffy Griffin, though, is the all-star of this game so far, putting in a ton of work getting these barriers. I know One True Unicorn also has that dog in him. He can put up that same kind of performance. I think.
Inside you, there are two wolves, Yoshi.
And that's what I'm saying. But inside this goal box right here is a dying Zentaro and 3 members of Chikara Clinkers trying to fight him off.
Yeah, Arctic actually opting for the strike shot, surprisingly. And generally, I'm not a big strike shot fan, but I'm also not a goalie player. But I think it's actually been paying off pretty well to try and keep it away from Fluffy Griffin before it can get to them. Before they can make those typical Zentaro mash your face on the keyboard plays. Sometimes opting to try and snipe the core a little too early, I'd say. But still making the strike shot work for them, making the new strike shot speed work for them, as Makun just makes a great pass to True Unicorn and is able to just put it in past the pillar.
Yeah, One True Unicorn just absolutely popping off there, getting in. And to talk about the strike shot on Arctic, I think it plays really well into Now's kit of, she's not a super defensive goalie, trying to keep it away and get more range on your drones to keep it out, as well as an extra projectile prevent things. Like you said, has been working really well against Fluffy Griffin. Super good. I'm also not a big strike shot fan, both playing and playing into it, but I think gear on Now goalie is still being decided in strike shot. Whoa, especially right there. Seems pretty good. I also think momentum boots, whoa, is really good on her. And I also think One True Unicorn found the dog, brought it out.
Sometimes both wolves become activated and just say, you know what, we got to score this goal. And so we will score this goal. But I actually think that play was entirely set up by Makun. Makun playing kind of crazy that set, keeping control of the mid gate consistently versus Nade YT, and constantly putting K22 and Nade YT on the back foot with One True Unicorn's Juliet pressure. And I think they just kind of cracked and crumbled, and Makun and True Unicorn were able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're seeing Fluffy Griffin with the 1-2 punch, combo that with Super Surge, and that's just going to be a ton of damage. And also a good deny from One True Unicorn, who took Prize Fighter instead, which could pay off really well, especially with the healing from Now coming out and the Stagger Swagger, meaning that Fluffy Griffin might be sporting all this damage, but they're the one being staggered right now, and their team is the one losing the barriers. So it might be that this healing and defensive awakenings are enough to prevent all this damage coming out from Fluffy Griffin to do anything. That being said, both barriers are now down. Fluffy Griffin hanging out in the goal box waiting for Nade YT to get the ball to him. Getting staggered, scrapping with Arctic right now. And trying to push it up, but not able to get it right there, and gets KO'd by the Julie.
The Now Brawler coming out. Yoshi is now just kind of beats up the Zentaro and pushes him towards the Juliet for the KO. And One True Unicorn intercepting there.
Yeah, it also means that One True Unicorn's now sporting 2 Prize Fighter stacks, 140 power. Looking really good right now. But that Oni's Blade almost puts it in. Arctic ready for it, though. Able to get it. And able to stop that one. But unfortunate.
Clears right into those Zentaro. So unfortunate.
Unfortunate last clear. It's the folly of playing goalie is just one mistake. Means that it's over. And One True Unicorn getting a surprise jump scare. 1 more kill right before the end there. 3 Prize Fighter stacks. Now fully online. Who needs barriers when you've got the 160 power Julie coming out in full force? And a core flip on your midfielder, Makun, using it to KO Fluffy Griffin. And now able to get another barrier just like that. And the offensive pressure from this Juno and the Juliet and Arctic from behind. It's looking incredibly oppressive right now. And impressive. Hey, all the above.
Another thing that I'm finding impressive too is Arctic is placing these secondaries down. Ooh. Nice catch by Fluffy Griffin there for the goal. Going up 2-0
a
in
good-
the set.
Yeah, Fluffy Griffin dashing in, having a really good prediction on where Arctic was going to hit it.
But one of the things that I'm finding impressive is Arctic is putting down secondaries in spots that Makun can actually use them decently. And Makun is actually playing around their usage well, and so is True Unicorn. Right there, using the now secondary to basically get a free strike, and then still having their strike available to win midfield and bring it forward. They're playing actually quite well around that.
I think most of the skill expression of now will come out of being able to use or place that secondary and let your teammates get full value out of it. Because of course, getting a wow, a beautiful catch off the pillar, one True Unicorn puts it in. But obviously, the orb giving speed is its easiest use. Anyone can make good use out of that. The healing too, if you're hurt, grab orb and it will be great. But using that hitbox that it puts out when you grab it seems so difficult. And so, oh no, Makun, being able to use it and keep up your strike is super useful. And like you said, Chikari Clinker's forwards are putting it to work in a great way. But unfortunately, Deets Nuts just kind of ran over Chikari Clinkers while I was yapping about now secondary that entire time.
Yeah, Fluffy Griffin just... Once Fluffy Griffin is able to get in Arctic's face, it's kind of Jover for the now. She doesn't really have great ways to deal with somebody in her face. Primary is too slow and has a bit of a cast time. Secondary is fast enough, but Arctic's been using it a lot to buff the team. And Zentaro actually gets the Demolitionist here because Hotshot Juno is Hotshot Juno.
Yeah, Zentaro, a character who cares about CDs a ton, being able to pick up Demolitionist over perfect form might actually be the play with how with the Demolitionist bug and just how broken that Awakening is. But at the very beginning, we saw Nade YT pick up Castellas, but that left Makun to pick up Hotshot, and that might be a game changer. Juno Hotshot is such a threat. You know, infinite slimes, so much core speed, but Fluffy Griffin doesn't care about any of that. And just dashing it in right there, and looking like Deets Nuts just want to sweep this game and end it really quickly.
Fluffy Griffin coming in like a wrecking ball and just demolishing both barriers and the goal in record time with the cooldown reduction from Demolitionist. Miley Cyrus would be very proud, as Fluffy Griffin going for another one here, intercepting with the dash range, getting the barrier, almost getting the strike core against Arctic. Arctic making some good clears though. And one thing that I've been noticing is Nade YT's been playing quite defensive despite having quick strikes, and is unable to push up here. Like Nade YT kind of sitting where K22 is and not being able to support Fluffy Griffin as much. Now that doesn't mean much because Fluffy Griffin's been kind of just insane this game, but I think if Nade YT is able to be a little bit more aggressive, they could make these plays happen even faster. As Fluffy Griffin just gets a strike war against the now with no cooldowns.
Yeah, at the eternal goalie folly of I've used all my cooldowns, I finally got the core out. It's on the other side, and then it comes back and you say, uh-oh. Uh-oh. What now? You're kind of left in needing help from your midfielder or just needing to strike it out against the forward who presumably has all their cooldowns up and is ready to rip them right on your face.
Yeah, and Fluffy Griffin is just kind of putting on a clinic right now, having incredible redirects, incredible ability usage, and just saying, yeah, you guys gave me Demolitionists, so I'm going to make you pay for it, and securing the victory for their team.
Yeah. Wow, well, once again, Fluffy Griffin, the MVP of that game, by far, doing great work there. And I'm super impressed with what he was able to do. And I believe if I go take a swing at the bracket real quick, that Deets Nuts will now be facing Winton from Overwatt in the qualification match. The winner of that game will be going to the Invitational. They qualify a week one qualification right then and there.
Yeah, and then they'd have 6 weeks to just kind of develop their game plans even more. I think qualifying first week not only makes you feel a lot more comfortable, but also allows you to like really sit back and develop your team into even better positions. As we probably saw from Anti-Zentaro Alliance, right? They were the plat team that qualified first week, and they came back and, like you said, made a huge showing. So I think it would be a huge advantage for, especially a returning team like Winton from Overwatch or something, to kind of have that additional time to make things work instead of having to worry about qualification each week.
Yeah, I think. On the other hand, though, qualifying at the end has its perks as well. You know, obviously you don't have as much time to prepare, but going off of Osas season 2, I think the week 6 qualification round was where the some of the best teams came. You know, the highest power level. And I feel like such a nerd for saying that, but highest power level Osas any of the weeklies had to offer, in part because a lot of the teams who hadn't qualified before but had been practicing through the whole season were there coming up, and a lot of other teams also sprouting up, taking that last opportunity to qualify. And I don't know if that's something we'll be seeing in season 3, but being able to qualify in the last week, I think, doesn't give you enough time to prepare, or not enough, doesn't give you a lot of time to prepare, as opposed to earlier qualifications, but means that you are definitely still punching pretty high up there as a team, and definitely has a good chance of making something happen. These things, it goes both ways. And but wrapping around once again, being able to qualify now means you just have the next 5 weeks to do whatever you want to get ready for that invitational.
And you can participate in other events too, right? And you don't have to worry about like, oh, we have to win this to qualify. It's like, oh, we can use this as a learning opportunity as opposed to a must-win qualification.
Yeah, you get a lot of security off of that.
But their power levels may be over 9,000, and I love you 3,000, Yoshi. But it is time for us to sign off tonight. I appreciate you having me on, and it was fun to cast with you.
Hey, it was fun to cast with you too. I'm definitely a big fan, and I'm kind of not good with words. I'll say it. just not good at this. So hey,
words are hard, Yoshi. They are quite difficult. English sucks. This cast is now in Japanese.
Oh, I'm not strapped for that one.
Anyway, our time is Joarida, so we're signing off for now. 07 gamers.
Our time is up. Saya's taking us out back. It's been real. And we'll be back with some new casters soon, and some more games, including the once again qualification rounds. So stay tuned, stay excited, and we will see you. We won't see you later again out back. Hey, bye bye.
Bye bye.
But Osas will be seeing you soon.
Welcome everyone. We're back with Osas week 1, and here we got our winner semis games going on. This one that we're looking at is Chikara Enters versus Chikara Cheetos. But first, let me introduce Tech here. Tech, how you feeling today?
I'm feeling great, and I am excited to watch some Omega Strikers matches, especially when there's 2 Chikara teams on board for this match here.
Yeah, we got the 2 Chikara teams here coming in for a little bit of a team kill. Whichever one of these loses is going to go down to that loser's quarterfinal, so they do got another chance. But, whichever one wins this gets qualified, and they do have a chance. But we're already in this game. We're here on Night Market, and it does look like there is a little bit of an Amy ban coming out from this team here, and no ban from the other side. Might have chosen to not no ban. What are your thoughts on that, Tech?
I mean, considering one of the players' name is actually Aimi, and that's not just a streamer mode one, I'm not too surprised that the Aimi is being banned on this left side here. But, Night Market, this map is very brawler heavy. We see a lot of X era combinations coming out here because, they work so well in tandem. Being able to shrink someone, X being able to do so much damage that I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw very similar comps from both teams, and we do see the X pick right away from both sides here.
Yeah, and Inter's looking like they're playing again. You called it that X era, but they do have that advantage with the Atlas in net. And considering X was also picked on the other side, I have to imagine, we might see some sort of Castle Ass, possibly Chrono Boost, but no, it just looks like we got Tempo Swing and Knife's Edge start. Interestingly, Knife's Edge taken by Walter in that net on Atlas. I'd imagine maybe just to give him a little bit more movement, he can walk towards that back of the net and just kind of work off of, his teammates.
Yeah, Knife's Edge, one of these brand new awakenings coming out in the most recent patch, and both barriers going down for the left side here from the side of the Inters. But a nice defense from Walter Turncourt so far, trying their best to keep it away, and a nice strike shot there.
Yeah, and Cheetos really just putting the pressure on early. They need to keep it forward. They need to keep it away from this era. Cliff just so prominent in this midfield. You can already see him running around, shrinking Alpha, and just doing as much as he can just to try and get this core forward, but it's not happening as Calamity on this other side pops that Exa Maximus, and with Alpha, a little help from that pendulum swing, are going to take, Walter off the board there, and Calamity Queen getting another one. That's two pickups real quick, and a nice starting point for Cheetos.
Yeah, I mean, with Knife's Edge and Tempo's Swing being the first 2 awakenings, I wouldn't be surprised if this was a very bloody game. Interesting to see on the side of Chikara Cheetos actually playing the Estelle goalie. I was kind of expecting the Erasmus goalie when I saw these 2 characters, but that being said, obviously they're both great at playing in tandem, with the map being divided into two sides there, and a good barrier take on the side of Cheetos.
Yeah, and you think about it, when we look at this comps, right, you have that Estelle, you have that Rasmus, and they're able to play that midfield as Calamity Queen. I can't even finish my own tangent before that nice little flip there is going to send Walter into the back of the net again, and it's just the pressure that they are putting on this map. And when we look at it, that Estelle, that Rasmus, they're able to play that 2v2 against Cliff, against Wire in that midfield, and once they get it past, Calamity's just sitting on Walter, and has been this entire game. Walter, only with that, strike shot, doesn't have a lot of really any defensive options, as once again those barriers just fall ever so early.
Yeah, X is such a scary character to play against, and just one that's so suffocating. I mean, we see Vicious Vambrace taken on the side of Cheetos and Siphoning Wand on the side of Inters, so spin to win and do as much damage as you possibly can to heal yourself. And look at that, Walter Turncoat taken out of the goalie net as Calamity Queen just has a full open net for this first set here.
Yeah, and Inters hopefully, what they really need to look for here in this draft is some sort of stagger, some sort of survivability awakenings. We had that Tempo Swing start, so they already are giving themselves a little bit of the way there. We got the Spark of Rezo in draft, very important, along with the demo obviously still not fixed and taken from the side of, Chikara Cheetos over here. So Alpha is going to be an absolute massive force, but also not the one getting the barriers too much.
Yeah, I mean, Demolitionist right now, one of the best size awakenings, of course, adding 25% size, but also that cooldown reduction when taking a barrier. X getting Quick Strike here is also huge, of course, being able to use more hits with that X Maximus, just dealing as much damage as possible, as well as the Energy Awakening. So Core flips being very prominent ways to take goals, and there's a barrier taken down right now.
Yeah, and when you think about it, that tempo swing combined with now Wire Enjoyer's Sparker Rezo just does so much damn. Doesn't matter because Walter's just having the pressure put on so much. Calamity Queen and Alpha are just absolutely sitting here, and there's really nothing that Walter can do too much. Just has to run away, maybe play on the edge with that, knife's edge, get a little bit of movement speed for themselves, but it is so difficult for this Atlas to play in the game right now.
Ooh, and a great save there from Aimi. The player name, not the actual striker themselves, as the goalie going down once again. Atlas not able to save himself. Wire Enjoyer just trying to hold it down in the net. The core flip comes out, but not going through, as Calamity Queen with another KO right now. The double is just proving so much damage, and there's another one. The pass just a little bit short as they're trying to take this open net right now. A 3 versus 1, now a 3 versus 2 power play, and Alpha Me sends it into the bottom corner. A great dunk from them.
And I would have liked to have seen this Atlas actually pick up that Sparker Rezo in the draft. Opted for Missile Propulsion, but you know what? There's really no reason to say no to 450 free stagger, especially when you're sitting here. Calamity Queen is just absolutely mauling Walter in the net on the other side. It would have been, honestly, a really decent pickup, I feel, because the absolute force that is being put on from Chikara Cheetos is just massive here in this game so far.
Oh, definitely. And we've seen so many power plays this game already. Aimi doing a really good job in the net, being able to save some of these with their mobility, being able to teleport back and forth. Of course, picking up the Super Surge on that last set. So with that eject button, can move a lot more forward. And Calamity Queen finds the core flip into the top corner.
And Calamity Queen just, again, doing such a great job sitting on Walter the entire game, playing forward. Now has that quick strikes as well, so those barriers are going to go down. No longer can Walter really rely on trying to win some of those strike wars because Calamity doesn't care. They're just going to catch it as it comes back, and I say it again, Walter off the map for what feels like the third time this game so far. It is just so difficult to deal with this X in front of the net.
Yeah, the 6 KO streak coming out from Calamity Queen. You can see just trying to use that additional size, or actually doesn't even have size, doesn't even need it, just is able to win these strike wars and deal so much damage. A little bit of an own barrier there, but traded back right away. Alpha Me with the core flip to Calamity Queen and the nice pass. Beautiful read there from the side of Chikara Cheetos, able to secure the second set.
Yeah, and that's sending us to our second draft, and possibly the last one we're going to have in this game if it keeps going the way we see here. Hopefully a turnaround needs to happen here for Inters, as now this Rasmus does have the spec training to pick up. It's a nice deny from Wire Enjoyer. It'll give, honestly, more damage because with this Rasmus, you do have Knife's Edge. So if you sit on that side, you can potentially hook people off, thinking essentially playing like Juliet. You could sit on this edge, you can hook people, and with this spec, you can now send them off just by knockback alone. They don't even need to be staggered. And also importantly, Wire Enjoyer picking up a nice little second spark here.
Yeah, Wire Enjoyer taking it to Sparkington City on this night market match, and the first barrier goes down very quickly there. Ooh, but that Timeless Creator is going to help out Atlas a lot, especially with that ultimate and that secondary ability. I mean, a little bit of a scary spot. They're forming the triangle, but somehow manages to get it out, as look at the damage that Calamity Queen is doing, even through the Atlas ult. Walter still losing half of their health, as this time the Inter is able to take the second barrier and are up with the barrier advantage right now.
Yeah, and this is what you need to do from Chikara Inters. You need to sit and wait, and a nice little bewitching beam there from Cliff sends that one through. You need to stall just long enough, for Walter just to maybe have the res back up for himself. And then your team on the other side takes that barriers and just gets it past this Estelle, who doesn't necessarily have that defensive pressure that Atlas does.
Yeah, but speaking of defensive pressure, offensive pressure, especially with that Super Surge Hotshot. Hotshot, of course, one of Estelle's best abilities. I mean, look at how quick the core is moving. Calamity Queen, ooh, not able to get it through. A nice save there from Walter, as the first barrier will go down for the side of Cheetos.
Yeah, and even after getting nerfed, it is still so strong, especially, again, like you said, on that Estelle just able to go forward, especially with that eject button. but a nice little hit up into that top corner, rolls down past into the net from Calamity Queen.
Yeah, and here's where the scaling really starts to happen. We can see the level difference on the two sides. Of course, Cheeto's up by 3 levels in the case of some, and there go both the barriers so quickly. Calamity Queen is a threat right now to this Chikara Inter's defense. These teams, of course, probably know each other, know how they play, and we'll see any adaptations coming out soon. But overall, Chikara Inters are trying their best right now not to in. Oh, what a nice save there.
Ooh, and yeah, an excellent save, actually. Walter getting that one as he died, but now Calamity here in this top corner pops that flip and sends it down. Beautifully executed, sending us to our match point. And if they get one more, it is game over for this first one.
Yeah, this right side looks like they've just come out a little bit on top with this Awakening draft, and also doing pretty well with these Awakenings. Of course, the startings different from both sides. And ooh, a nice find there. We see Ivy taking so many defender barriers from the goalie role, which is something you don't see that often. Hotshot helping out a lot. Wire Joyer trying to just punch it through. Not able to do it, but a great offense there as Alpha Me takes another barrier. The dunk doesn't work, but manages to KO the goalie. Just like that, Chikara enters. Not able to hold it down as Alpha Me flings it to the top corner, and Chikara Cheetos taking it this match.
Yeah, and that was a really quick one. Like compared to what you might see in most games, especially on a night market game when you do have that Atlas. It's just the absolute monstrosity that was Calamity Queen sitting in front of the net. You know, we can look at this damage: 32,000, almost 36, with a nice little 7 KOs, 6 goals. And again, you got unlucky. You didn't get the Demolitionist on that X, but it doesn't matter. The complete oppressive force from the side of, you know, Chikara Cheetos was just too much for the side of Chikara Inters.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like the vicious Vambrace worked out very well for Calamity Queen, dealing so much damage over, I mean, I think as much damage as the entire enemy team there. If you look, 32,500 damage on Calamity Queen, 6 goals and 7 KOs. It's hard to defend when your goalie is off the map, especially with Era and X. So really taking advantage of that kill comp, and a great match there on the side of Chikara Cheetos.
Yeah, and you know, when you do look at those difference in comps, right? You have the Atlas, which obviously great at defensive, but the problem with that is just you don't have a lot of that offensive ability that Estelle will give you. Estelle, with that eject button, is able to blink forward on the map, provide pressure, and really just help hammer in some of these barriers. And okay, so this was actually BO1, so that means that Chikara Cheetos have actually qualified for Osas finale. So good for them.
There we go. Well, one Chikara team had to be eliminated, sadly, but of course the one going through is the Chikara Cheetos. So GG's to them. They played very well. Interesting to see what our next match is going to be and what these two teams are going to get for starting Awakenings. Bunch of new maps out, some new play. I think I saw some now earlier playing. New striker, of course, always good to see in the game to mix things up. But GG's to both of those teams.
Yeah, and you know, we do got some time, so we can talk about, you know, some of this new stuff out of the game. Obviously, it's Osas. We're here on week 1, so we might as well hit everyone with a little bit of explanation. We got now the new striker, mainly focused around healing, and they are a pretty, from a personal opinion, I would say they're pretty good on those small maps like that Night Market, like that Atlas Labs, and maybe even Demon Days. Just really being able to buff your team, give them a little extra healing, especially in that poke game, because, you know, think of how much that Atlas was getting beat up in net. So it's really difficult to kind of put them in a place right now. I think most people are also still kind of just trying to figure it out a little bit. But we also have Claron Corp, the new map in the game. You got any opinions on that, Tech?
So I mainly play goalie, and that map is hard. I think I will say I do like the diversity, the striker diversity that comes out, of course, with a new map. You know, we see a lot of characters that might be used on more kill heavy or different size gates. I have seen Rasmus work very well in some of the high elo matches on that, just because the barriers are constantly shifting sizes and you're able to pull the core up and down on there. I think it's a really interesting mix up to pick, maybe if the best of three, you might be able to pick it as a second or third map, because it kind of has something that encompasses every other map. It works for kill comps, it works for control comps, and it works for a whole lot of things. They're super diverse with what you're able to get done. So I think it's very interesting, but also very difficult to adapt to if you're one of these teams.
Yeah, and the fun thing about Clarin is actually some of the maps that are in, the out of the 6 that you can, or out of the 5 that you can get, some of them are actually mix-ups of the maps that we did have from beta. They're essentially there, but just kind of in a different form. You got Narrows and Side Streets and Funnel, I believe, are the 3 that are some of the mix-ups. So you get to play old Side Streets with invisibility, so that's it's pretty fun, but it can lend yourself to a bit of advantage, if you have played those maps. Side Streets, the one that got cold the first, I believe Funnel came a little bit after, but Side Streets was gone very quickly from the game. But
yeah,
hey, if you played back then, you're a Julie player, you got the mission, you understand. A little bit of dash punching on those edges. But you know what? We are getting hopefully into our next match here, so we can talk a little bit about that. We got Winton from Overwatch and Deets Nuts.
Yeah, 2 exciting teams. We've watched them both play before, I believe, and this one will be very interesting. I do know some of these players. I don't know a whole lot in this tournament, but since it's my first time here, I'm learning, I'm picking up names, and some of these definitely ring a bell. So I know this will be an exciting match coming up. Do you have any map predictions on what it might be? I know we see a lot of teams picking Night Market, one of, I think, the most popular maps, of course, alongside Atlas Lab and, man, what's the other one that's really popular?
Could be a bit of Oni Village, maybe?
Oni Village, that's the one. I always forget that one. The speedways are too fast. They go through my mind, and I try to forget as the core flies towards my goal barrier. But interested to see what these teams will pick up, if they have any counter picks, if they know how the other team plays. Of course, Winton from Overwatch. Beautiful name. Or Overwatt, excuse me.
Yeah, I had to remember to drop that H there. No Overwatch. We're just Overwatt for today here. And obviously a little bit of a joke there, and a nice fun reference, obviously. And the players that I do know are mainly on that Winton from Overwatch team. Mike Mart, obviously the Dubu GOAT. Most people know him for that Dubu play. I've coached him a little bit myself, so I feel pretty confident that even if that Dubu is banned, he might have an Atlas to fall back to. And obviously they got Vamp there as well, a little bit of a midfielder pick, a little bit of that Estelle. They have a lot to work with. And then, there's a reason they're seed 1, having competed in OSAS multiple seasons, along with this other team that they're playing, who have also played in OSAS before. So we got a little bit of a return of a veterans, and it also looks like we're going on Atlas Lab, just as you kind of threw out there for a nice little prediction.
There we go. Well, Atlas Lab's one of my favorite maps to watch, and especially to play. That gravity well in the middle kind of works with KO comps, works with control, works with everything. So excited to see how Deets Nuts and Winton from Overwatch play this, as we will be hopping into this match in just a second here. But I did hear that these 2 teams did well last season, or in season 2 rather, of OSAS. So they might know each other. They might have a little bit of a rivalry, and we will see now as we hop into this game.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited to get to those starting awakenings, because as I like to say, starting awakenings just do dictate that pace of the game. Really, and again, you might think, okay, well, it's Atlas Lab, it's a small map. Maybe we're going to get some sort of kill comp, and then all of a sudden you get a Stagger Swagger or a Sprecher as they'll start, and it's like, well, there goes the kill comp. It's out of the window. You got to pivot to something else. And it does look like a nice little bit of a Zentaro ban coming out from the side of Winton. I would have to imagine that is targeting. I wish I knew who that was targeting on the other team, but it obviously that Estelle for Vamp, just taking out that solid pickup in the midfield and a nice little arrow lock in. Love arrow on this map, small, it's good to work with, and you can sit and buff really your forward the entire game.
Yeah. Interesting to see too if the bans were related at all to the starting awakenings. Of course, both Estelle and Zentaro very good with perfect form as a starting awakening. Might see that picked up, but two teams locked in. We do see a rune on the side of Deetsnuts, so Mike Mart is going to have a difficult time trying to make sure to strike the core around those unstable anomalies. But here we go, hopping into this match.
Oh, and it looks like it was extra special cast to last. So this era already starting off with essentially, best in slot awakenings here as they almost get that top barrier there. Oh, dear God, Mike Mart having a little bit of lag switch in there, but Count Swagula doing such a great job getting that first pick, activating the pummelers, and they really just want to get it past this rune, just try and get something forward, but getting it past Rune is pretty easy. You just kind of sit on him, sit on his pillars, and what can Rune do?
Yeah, I mean, this Rasmus pick is it's very good against the Rune. Rasmus able to just dribble so well with his kit, and ooh, a nice hook there, trying to put it into the bottom corner, but can't find it, has to evade the Era Maelstrom. As Mike Martin's pushing up pretty far, the Tofu Fortress will be making things a little bit more difficult for K2. Oh, the Rasmus primary, not able to find it, but very close there from Vampire.
Yeah, and now Fluffy Griffin here. Ooh, actually got that barrier there with that nice little dash punch, and now this one's coming back to K2 in this corner and drops a nice little pillar, stopping Count Swagula from dash punching that one in. There's that Flame Flurry down to Vamp. Vamp sends it right past.
Yeah, I'm liking K22. How they're working in this defense right now, just putting those unstable anomalies in places where Julie would dash punch. So they have to fake if they want to be able to score a goal or at least pass to each other, which makes things a little bit more difficult. Oh, and there we go. Unstable anomaly, not able to block that one. Just too many abilities. Count Swagula almost finds Caspian, but it's just a little bit too small and not able to do the damage from that Era cast to last.
Yeah, and Mike Mart has been making some great plays here as does lose his barrier right here, but has been walking forward, has been dropping, those Tofu Fortresses, as you called it, on the map, and just really applying so much forward pressure, obviously trying to match some of the runes. Rune able to walk forward, then just come back with that shadow swap. So, for his team to do well, he just needs to kind of match some of that pressure, but K2 trying to drop the pillar, trying to save that one, but Count Swagula is just going to get another point.
Yeah, nice shot there, right over that unstable anomaly. We can see the difference between the two goalies. Of course, Mike Mart using extra special versus K22's cast to last. I'm not quite sure which one is better, or in this case, lasts longer. I think Mike Mart definitely having a little bit of the advantage as Count Swagula taken right off the bottom of the map. Brutal.
Yeah, and that Era with Castellas just needs some time. Maybe needs to grab a few more awakenings to try and scale in this game. But a nice flip from Fluffy Griffin there is going to take both of Mike Mart's barriers. And now here, Fluffy Griffin in this top side drops the Flame Flurry, sends it right past Mike Mart. And a great job there, a nice little hero play after they did lose that top barrier to really just get a nice point pickup here.
Yeah, Deetsnuts able to capitalize off that power play, although it was a little bit late that they capitalized off of it, but it still worked out perfectly for them. Vampire trying to mix things up, but gets caught inside of that gravity well in the middle of the map. And look at the passing plays on the side of Winton. They're just able to pass it up and down and try to mix up K22. Ooh, a good banish will at least get him out of this one, but the pressure is still mounting as this power play. Somehow the core going around the barrier before finally finding it, and great saves coming out from Mike Mart. Pixel perfect as the core continues to move through here. Ooh.
And now here, they're just keeping the pressure up, just trying to relax. Caspian popping that center part, and now Vamp here on this top side with that Whiplash, trying to get something forward, forcing K2 to burn their flip here as Caspian sitting low. Needs to be careful, Count Swagula, but just nice little dodge, walks backwards, keeps themselves safe here as that pillar is dropped. And, you know, again, I talked about that forward pressure. There it is from the Rune. Just trying to get something here in Count Swagula. Ooh, hitting K2 with a little bit of a mix-up, a 50-50 there on where that's going. Guessed right, but Count Swagula actually hit it into the corner. Just kind of threw them a little off their game.
That is such a difficult read if you're the goalie. It looks like it's going to hit that corner so perfectly, but of course, the core is a circle, so good luck figuring out which angle that is going to land. But a great showing there on the side of Winton from Overwatch. Manages to take this first set and is rewarded by Julie getting the 1-2 punch. And Rune does get hot shot, though, one of Rune's best awakenings here. So this is going to be very important for K22 and is going to help out a lot on defense as it's able to just clear the core so much further away and keep Mikemark on his toes.
Yeah, that hot shot, so integral, especially on a map like, you know, Atlas Labs, where you're able to put the pillar in the corner, have it there for a while and send it back, because it is so hard to try and get some of these barriers in the corner, especially as Julie Rasmus. And again, right there, you know, we talk about it, but Rune just so strong at defending some of these barriers here on Atlas Labs.
Yeah, Castellas definitely looking like the right starter awakening for Rune now. Is you saw how long that lasted. I think the core hit it about 4 times before it went through, and they're playing pretty aggressive right now. Count Swagula has to watch out. Might get killed off of the goalie side goal, but Mikemark just stalling things out. No, he doesn't have to strike the core. Count Swagula close with that ult, almost managing to take the barrier, and Mikemark with a great save, but Fluffy Griffin able to push it through. The barriers are even right now for both of these teams, but Count Swagula is on such a low HP.
Yeah, an excellent banish there from K2, keeping the core away. Drops that nice little pillar flip, actually, from Fluffy Griffin, trying to get a kill, but Vamp actually getting hit by a flip there and somehow manages to live there. I'm not too sure how. I guess they bounced off of that little corner part and just barely managed to avoid not dying to that flame flurry there. It's so important, as now, you know, that power play still up though, but Caspian needs to be careful with their health.
Yeah, this is still scary for K22. I was about to say, because Mikemark has the core flip, and sure enough, Count Swagula finds the top corner of the net there. Beautiful pass, a little team play coming out there from Winton from Overwatch.
Yeah, and Winton just doing such a good job, even when they're dead, even when they're off the map. Mikemark has been holding it down, keeping his barriers up, and they're really just putting some of this pressure on the Rune. You know, even if he does have that hot shot, he doesn't have cooldowns forever.
Ooh, there's the banish, even trying to kill Julie off the side, and it does work out. A nice kill there, and now they're up 1 player in this power play. Caspian does have core flip, but Vampire is trying their best to make sure that they stall as much time for Count Swagula to come back up, and there they are. K22 might have a difficult time clearing this with all these players in the midfield. Caspian barely surviving, but not for long, as Count Swagula gets the KO and Vampire finds the barrier. Oh, what a beautiful angle just past that Rune pillar. Nice goal there from Vampire.
Yeah, and Vamp just setting that one up top, and really just a great job. Just, again, you know, we talked about it, right? Mikemark needs to walk up. He needs to put forward pressure on the map with that momentum boots. And again, he's doing that. He's using that extra special to his advantage, just walking up. And again, you know, we could talk about it. Look right there. He drops that extra special. Didn't get as much value as he normally does, right? But that's what his team really needs from him.
Yeah, Dubu is notoriously difficult on this map. Of course, characters with projectiles able to do a lot. That's why Atlas is popular and Atlas's lab, go figure. K22, I would say, might have those striker advantage here. Mikemark with a nice save, and look at that hot shot. You know, when this Rune doesn't have core flip, that energy builds so fast when it keeps hitting those barriers. Here comes the core flip, the pass to Caspian. Oh, but the Tofu Fortress is managing to keep things safe for the side of Winton. Vampire, though, pushing up. Ooh, and a nice teleport there. And the self-pass from K22. I love that. Completely denying any attempts these forwards are making to get this final goal barrier.
Yeah, now here Mikemark with that flip. There's the Flame Flurry from Fluffy Griffin trying to keep it forward. A nice little Magic Maelstrom here on the top side. There's the flip, Gasbane, but Vampire just so good on the defense and is actually going to get a kill there with that death touch, and now has the power play. Count Swagula does have those pummelers, but this Rune Pillar here on the bottom actually sends it through with hot shot. Mikemark got a little debated, and walked down thinking his teammate had it, but that one just went too fast for Count to catch it there in the midfield.
Hotshot, of course, Rune's strongest awakening, and it shows why. Every time it hits that, refunds 30% of the ability. Even there's just barriers traded back and forth as the core flies around. There we go. Nice defensive pressure coming out there. Mike Mart just trying to get it past to his teammate. K22 doing a great job holding this down, and you can see that era is just allowing these teammates to move so fast through the arena, making things difficult for Mike Mart.
And now here, Vampire on this bottom side does have the flip, decides to pop it, but there's a double barrier there from K2. K2 getting dash punch,
Ooh.
popping that flip, and now Count Swagula almost has that flip here, just needs a few more hits. There's that flip. Probably is going to pop it here in a moment. Chooses not to, dodges the banish, does a nice job, and there's that Tofu Fortress from Mike Mart. Ooh! And a nice angle from Count Swagula, but doesn't get it, but then Vampire with the pendulum swing up to Count Swagula makes it so.
Wow, that is a beautiful pass, whether intentional or not, but perfectly finding Count Swagula off of that corner. Looks like Mike Mart's going to be getting MVP here and has some pretty good awakenings. I would expect the stacks pick potentially from this Dubu, so they're just able to fly, but we also might see prime time or something like that. Yeah, there we go. Denying prime time from the Rune, most likely. Of course, paired with Hotshot, that primary is up so fast. So good deny there. Rune's still trying to figure out what to pick.
Yeah, and taking prime time away from that room, so important because, you're already dealing with the hot shot. You don't really want to give them anything else more in that game. Obviously, you let the Chrono Boost try and fall to him, or fall to your era. I do think maybe if you wanted to, you could have accepted the fact that it was never going to, fall to your era there, but Count Swaggy with a nice double barrier, and instead you could have just taken that Chrono Boost for a little bit of nice Chrono Boost cast slash banish action.
Yeah, and look at the offensive pressure put on from Vampire. You see him using the hook up in the top, so no matter where he clears it, it's a problem. But what an amazing save from K22. Manages to get that out in the nick of time. Although they still have to get 2 barriers if they want to open up this lock. And the passing is so good right now from the side of Winton.
Yeah, and especially from Winton, they just, again, I've talked about it multiple times before. I'll keep bringing it up. Mike Mart, with that offensive pressure, is able to just walk up with the momentum boots. Now has the prime time for 2 logs and a nice little banish there into pillar combo from K2 just to keep that one out of his net. And they just need to keep this pressure up. If they do, they'll be able to get this set and just completely end it here.
Yeah, it's really smart. What a core flip. K22 shuts me off with a beautiful save. I was about to say the Rasmus, I like how on that last time, he just walked right into the unstable anomalies before they were done being created. And another amazing save. Rune just using this movement to the best they can, but it is not enough. Too many shots on net as Vampire credited with that goal there.
Yeah, and a bit of an unfortunate situation there. Vampire dropping that pendulum swing. K2 not even prepared to see that one come through. Too many people in front of him, and there was too much going on in that net. But a nice little double barrier take here. This is what you want to see. You need some points to get back into this game. It's got to start somewhere.
Yeah, there we go. Ooh, the course somehow manages to make it through that Tofu Fortress. One of those little hot pot bowls not working out, but K22 has a difficult time trying to defend against this Rasmus. Has so many cooldowns that are able to work, and a nice clear from Mike Mart will lead to the barrier by Count Swagula, and the fiery flurry is able to score that goal. This is set point right now to take this match.
Yeah, in match point, you got to get a point here. You got to start somewhere. The reverse sweep starts here, hopefully from the side of Deets Nuts.
Yeah, well, the Rune Barrier helping out a little bit on offense, and Mike Mart misses the strike. One barrier does go down, but oh, a nice save there from K22. Manages to keep both of these barriers alive, but Count Swagula just punching it through. A great dodge from the dash punch there. There's the core flip, maybe a pass. Vampire trying to get it into that corner, but there's just too many anomalies, making it so difficult for Winton.
And those room pillars are so hard to get past, but now here, Fluffy Griffin with the flip, has it, decides not to use it there, hoping to get another pass from Caspang here down on the bottom. Still has that flip up, but doesn't need it as does a nice little flying phoenix, sends it past that Tofu Fortress and gets it up to that top shelf.
Perfect shot, top shelf, like you mentioned there. Doesn't even need the core flip, gets to save it for this round, which might help with the double barrier. The core flip's so good on this map for taking those. And here comes the pass. Oh, stuck between a Tofu Fortress and a hard place. That core is flying left and right. And look at these offensive banishes from K22, just helping out his forwards, giving them a lot of room to pass. Makes it that much easier. And there's the one barrier, the explosion as the gravity well in the center comes back, ends up taking out this player. And now things are a little bit difficult. A beautiful save from Mike Mart as K22 tries to take it themselves, and there it goes, Caspian off the goal. Oh man.
And K2 holding it down here, drops that pillar. That needs to just keep it up, keep it going, and does a nice little banish. Now Katswagi here in the front, Fluffy Griffin dropping that Flame Flurry, trying to keep it alive as Caspian here does a nice little move on Mike Mark, gets that barrier, has the Magic Maelstrom to work with here, sends it forward. Nothing so far, drops a Bewitching Beam, but Count Swagger gonna get a kill here. Now has the opportunity, dribbles it, sends it forward, drops a Flame Flurry on K2. Vampire pulls it back to himself. There's the pillars dropped. Center can be popped here if they so desire, and there it is from K2, just trying to get some of this pressure off, trying to have something relieved as Mike Mart is slowly building towards his flip. Pasu to send it forward, but Fluffy Griffin gets a nice little point here, and again, you know that reverse sweep starts with the 1 point. They got 2, and they need 1 more.
They need to win this if they want to stay in this match. A great dash there from Julie. Just a good read, good prediction, and that's what you need if you're going to secure things, especially against Mike Mart, who's just so dominant on this Dubu goalie. Caspian losing almost all their health, but manages to dodge the pendulum swing. Count Swagula somehow able to get the barrier after that amazing defense from K22. Mike Mart loses barriers. Here's the core flip, and Fluffy Griffin secures their first set on the side of Deets Nuts.
Yeah, and you know, from the side of Winton from Overwatch, they had it. They were there. They were at that match point. Maybe a little bit of nerves kicked in, but on the other end, Deets Nuts is able to bring this one back. You got that rune in first. You have that twin drive available to take. And that's even more pillars that you're able to drop on the net. Now you have a total of 3 that you can put down, maybe even 4 if, you know, you get that hot shot cooldown. So difficult. However, Mike Mart is going to pick up this quick strikes here. Also so important for himself.
Yeah, and especially that Rasmus too, getting built different. Rasmus's, some of his best awakenings are size awakenings. Of course, unfortunately for him, built different and Big Fish showing up on the exact same set. However, this will help him win Strike Wars and will be able to reach it from these corners. As you know, these circular gates, the corner is not where you want the core. And Count Swagula, sure enough, picking up an early gate once again. Oh, and a great find there too.
Yeah, and Vampire doing such a good job on this bottom side, keeping it alive, keeping the core forward, getting it through, but Fluffy almost manages to get that barrier, and look how far forward that pillar was placed from K2 on the bottom. It's really trying to match up to some of that offensive pressure that Mike Mart has been putting on the map with these Tofu Fortresses, and now Vampire here on this bottom side. Just try to get it past, but this pillar is alive for too long, and K2 just keeps placing them one after another. Oh, but a bit of an unfortunate situation there. Doesn't have another pillar to drop.
Yeah, caught a little bit out of position there after having to burn 3 pillars on that bottom side. It's ridiculous how much time Rune is able to stall on this map, and no size awakenings that I've seen for the creation so far this match. We'd expect to see maybe a Monumentalist or maybe a Timeless Creator, but none of them yet, as Count Swagula just made a dash punch to get this first lock here. Ooh, and look at that hot shot, just clearing it so far away, forcing these forwards to play much further back than they're probably comfortable doing. Fluffy Griffin with a dash punch of their own to get one, and all these players are in the corner, and K22 is pushed up very far to help. I love that, but look at these. Dash punches are the way to get barriers.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about it at the start. You got to start putting some pressure on this rune, sitting on the rune as Vamp drops the flip, passes it to Count Swagula off that top side. But you have to start trying to sit on some of these pillars if you are one of the forwards from the side of Winton from Overwatch, because it's too hard to get it past. If you don't, a pillar forms, and all of a sudden now you have this massive wall in the way, and you just got to start trying to do something about it.
Oh, there we go. The gate goes down before the Tofu Fortress is able to come out. That Maelstrom trying to push it. the pass down. Caspian looking for the self pass, and I like that clear from K22, just stalling things out a little bit more for them. The hot shot makes things so difficult as overtime is coming through. There we go. There's the pillar to try to hit it into the goal. Fluffy Griffin looking for the dash punch, but the Dubu roll just stuns for a little bit too long. And there it is. Count Swagula punching it through. Set point right now. Game point for the side of Winton.
And you know, they did it once, they can do it again. Deets Nuts needs to get something going here. Get another point, keep the pressure up, work with K2, just dropping those pillars on the sides here, as you can see him doing. This is where it has to start, and they got a kill here, so now's their chance.
Good core flip there from Mike. Ooh, and the mix-up from Caspian. Mike Mart does read it, though. There's one barrier, but Vampire with a nice self-pass there. Oh, the core does get banished, though, so this will be difficult for Vampire. K22 has to win the strike war, and he does, and man, the core moves so fast. It slips past Mike Mart, but somehow doesn't hit the barrier, as the center will respawn. But, you know, a lot of teams like to break it right away. Count Swagula dash punching off the edge, and K22 looks like he got hit into his own barrier there. Caspian has to clear it. This is a power play, and the pass just trying to mix up, but not working out. The third player will respawn here.
And K2 trying to hit it into his pillar, and unfortunately got that barrier for himself, but it's okay. He's still Rune, still has a million pillars to throw out, and now Fluffy Griffin gets that barrier. Now here's Count Swagula, hits it into the pillar as Fluffy Griffin manages to pick up a point. This is their time. They gotta come back. It starts with 1, it starts with 2, and then you have 3, and we're back to another carousel. They gotta keep this pressure up.
Great find there from Fluffy Griffin. And you know, that pressure, one thing that Caspian might be able to do to help out is to try to make that Dubu small. You know, if they're small, they run slower. They have to try to get to the right place. They don't have enough space, and K22 barely keeping this gate alive. Pixel perfect saves here is what's between them and getting eliminated from this match. And look at all of these creations on the top of the map, somehow holding down this final barrier.
Yeah, and the pressure from K2, especially on some of these barriers, just being able to walk up, dropping that pillar, as again, they got both barriers down, but the Egoist from Count Swagula is actually going to put a lot of pressure on this bottom side. Does have to flip if needed. There it is, going to pass up the Vamp here. Unfortunately, can't catch the core, as now Fluffy Griffin in this bottom part, just trying to get it past Mike Mart, is just sitting here waiting for the core to come across. And you know, when you think about it, this rune is able to provide that type of angle, but a bit of a banish into a pillar. The pillar hits it off the top, but it doesn't matter, as Fluffy there with that Flame Flurry is just going to get it right through.
Yeah, and one thing that we didn't touch on yet is that, you know, Fluffy Griffin manages to secure the knife's edge in that last draft. So 30% speed and 40 power, which is huge on Juliet, especially paired with that prize fighter there. But you know, that speed is helping them out so much as they're able to take barrier after barrier. But Count Swagula looking for something against this rune. A nice mix up there from Fluffy, does take that bottom barrier, and here comes the core flip, just trying to keep it in that corner, have that triangle offense to deal as much damage to these barriers as possible. And I love the way K22 is using these banishes to just relieve so much pressure on defense.
Yeah, and it's really so difficult just now for Mike Mart, because this era has scaled in the game. The rune has scaled. They've gotten these awakenings. The core is going 7 miles per hour. And now here Fluffy Griffin with the Tofu Fortress just trying to get it past. But a nice angle from Vamp is going to avoid the pillar. And there's a flip from Mike Mart. Sends it through. And Mike Mart, exclamation point, Mike Mart has qualified his team for the Osas finale.
Oh, that's so devastating. That rune pillar just expiring like 1 millisecond before that core flip, and Winton from Overwatch will be qualifying. So GG's to both of these teams. Hard fought, and what a nice comeback attempt there from Deets Nuts. That was surprisingly close given the first few sets.
Yeah, and you know, you think about it, look at K2. 236 redirects, 110 saves, doesn't have the damage that, you know, Mike Mart is able to put up just from the residual, from the logs, from the Tofu Fortress, but the absolute wall that K2 was looking at, you know, they didn't get through on the winner's side, but maybe they'll get through on this loser's side of the bracket.
Yep, there always is the lower bracket to run through, and given how they played this match, if you're in the loser's bracket, I would be looking out right now, because that was a great game. the scaling towards the late game almost come back. We're almost able to come back, and very impressive showing from both these teams.
Yeah, and it's really that idea, once you scale in the game, once you work yourself into a nice position, you might have a chance there, but unfortunately, their hopes were squashed by that combined force from Winton, just putting too much pressure on with that Tofu Fortress, with some of those Rasmus pulls, and Vamp doing such a good job, even off of that Estelle, with the death touches, pulling to themselves, getting nice passing angles to Count Swagula with 7 goals, 2 assists. So, they were really able to work together and just get some nice barriers for themselves.
Yeah, Rasmus has so much core control, and we saw it so much from Vampire, able to just continually strike that core and throw it into the corner, just trying to make things as difficult as possible for K22. And especially with that Rasmus secondary, just, the speed is so fast. And especially if you use something like Castellas, Chrono Boost, Super Surge, any of those, you can literally fly and just have so many strike cooldowns. And Rune being the perfect counter to that, put up a strong fight, but too many creations. And I think one of the really important things there is that Mike Mart did get MVP in that second set and was able to deny the Rune prime time, which is huge. I mean, obviously K22 able to get hot shot, and that's, one of Rune's best awakenings, but prime time having more pillars to try to get it through. We saw Fluffy Griffin, or Count Swagula rather, dash punching so many of the pillars, and to have even more is absolutely devastating if you're in offense on going against that Rune. So something to consider for future matches.
Yeah, and since we are actually waiting on some of these matches to finish, we will be catching if I could speak without having a hiccup for a moment, we will be catching this losers round 5 game again with Magical Meeps against Nameless. And whoever wins this one, we will see them again in that losers quarterfinals for that qualification. I honestly do not know anybody on any of these two teams. So if you do have any information for me, that would be lovely.
Unfortunately, I am a little bit unfamiliar with these teams as well, but I see one of the people's names are Glizz Lizard, which I think is awesome. So I kind of want them to win, but no bias. I am not a bias caster, smile. But I think it'll be an exciting match. I mean, both of these teams fighting their way through the losers bracket. Nameless even taking out one of the many Chikara teams. So interesting there. And the winner of that one will be playing Deets Nuts in the losers quarterfinal.
Yeah, and interesting to think too, both of those teams going out in the same place, dropping down to losers bracket in the same spot. They went to the winners quarterfinals to then lose to both of those Chikara teams that we just watched before. So even if they do win this one, they won't actually, get that run back that they so desire for their match, because they are now on the other side of the bracket, so they don't have that pre-information against one of the teams that they would have had to play. Or I guess Nameless doesn't have the information from Chikara Enters. But it does look like we are going to get into it here, and we are on Night Market, which is a pretty standard map. We talked about it before. It's simply just basic stuff,
Yep. Well, Night Market, of course, a very common match. The Julie band coming out from the side of Magical Meeps. They do not want to deal with that. I'm curious to see if this is the composition that they will be locking in, but Lang won't be able to lock in Asher as that character is banned.
Yeah, and we do see a Luna hover here from Poofed from the side of, as I want to get it in my head, Magical Meeps. If we're going a little non-biased here, I want Magical Meeps to win. I kind of like their name. That's my basic information for it. I like the name. I think it's kind of funny. But we see a little more of a standard comp from Magical Meeps here compared to this Amy Jakar Erasmus that we do see from Nameless. So Nameless going to have a little more pressure in the midfield, especially when we do see this. Actually, it's a Rasmus goalie. I would have expected it to be an Amy, but it looks like we're going to see the same pressure in midfield here.
I would have expected it to be a Drakkar goalie. So, you know, starting Awakenings, heavy impact, and big fish are, of course, two huge ones. And look how large this Dubu is. Doesn't even have to take powerhouse pauldrons against sort of a kind of kill heavy team from the side of Nameless, but chooses momentum boots, so they will be big and they will be fast, which are sometimes two things you don't want to have to go up against, especially with that center speed boost. So amazing saves coming out by Glitz Lizard already, as trying to keep this core out of their side. Sky Axe taking so much damage, and even the kill coming out from the goalie, not something you see too often this early on, especially not even having the heavy impact. So a nice kill from them will relieve a little bit of pressure, but the night market angle unfortunately not going in favor of the Magical Meeps.
Yeah, and when you think about it from the side of Magical Meeps, it is a bit harder to get some of these barriers. You really only have this Rasmus who's sitting up in front. Meanwhile, on the other side, this Amy and Drakkar can both kind of get in the action. They can both put pressure on the barriers compared to the Luna. You know, they just kind of sit, but it doesn't matter as Lang going to put down the barrier. Both goal gates are now open, and flips are building up for both teams here.
Oh, but look at the speed that Poofed is able to put out on this Luna. All three players up on the top. Will they pass it down to clear out a little bit of space? They're looking for it. Oh, a nice angle there from Poofed. Trying their best. Sky Axe going invisible. Manages to stun the Dubu just in time as Sustain able to shoot that right on past. A great team play there and awareness from Sky Axe to stun that goalie.
Yeah, and you know, when we do think about some of that awareness in the game, it's really important, especially when you are playing Amy. You know, you have that glitch pop, you have that blink. You need to be able to catch the goalie off guard and just really help Sky Axe get it past, because fighting Dubu as Drakkar is kind of a nightmare. He's a little too big for you to, you know, try and shotgun stuff past him, as he just kind of eats the pellets. But Lang here almost gets that one through. Ooh, there's a nice little pass off that top part of the barrier down to Valerius. No real good place to clear it. And Lang's going to catch that one, send us to a nice little 1-1 score here.
Yeah, Rasmus just able to have so much control against goalies is why he's such a difficult striker to play against. And he can play it close, he can use range, he can do all sorts of things to make your life difficult if you are Valerius. But Glitz Lizard also is going to make things difficult for Sky Axe, getting him trapped inside the Tofu Fortress, more like a Tofu prison, as Lang and Poofed are working as hard as they can to try to take that second barrier.
Now here with Glizzlord, a nice little flop. Gonna keep it away from Sky Axe for the time being, and now Valerius sends that one to Sustain. Oh, and a nice death touch from Lang. Almost gets it past, as Sky Axe here trying to get it past with that lock and load. Just can't. Glizzlord just, again, you know, too big, but is gonna get the barrier here. Has the slick kicks, has the ability to work around some of this. Goes invisible, sends it. Glizzlord, a nice block, a nice flop, and oh, doesn't hit the core there. Sky Axe trying to react to a nice little bit of a core hit there, not able to, as Blizzard holds that, and Sky Axe sends it off the bottom back to himself. A nice little Kaz into shotgun combo.
Yeah, we saw Poof there trying to get the kill on Sky Axe, but Sky Axe had such good positioning, sitting right next to that little middle barrier there that's really hard to pass through. So good awareness for them to dodge that KO, because Luna is absolutely devastating if you can land that rocket primary or rocket secondary combo. And look at that, Valerius using the Death's Hook or Death's Touch or whatever that ability is named to save the core there. And look at Poofed losing all of their health. Insane damage.
Yeah, even just with, you know, the Drakkar and the Amy, it is enough to stagger Poof, because Amy just puts out a ton of damage, and especially when you think about it, they buffed Drakkar very recently and gave him a little more damage, but Lang gonna get the barrier with that death touch path to himself, and there's a shotgun from Sky Axe sending us to our first carousel.
Yeah, great first set there from the side of Nameless, trying to make a name for themselves as they take this first one. Sustain gets the MVP, so we'll be able to pick first. Ooh, Primetime, Stacks, Chrono. These are all great awakenings to start off with Imi, and we'll see which one they pick. Oh, yeah, opting for Knife's Edge.
Yeah, and you know, when we think about it, Knife's Edge, Amy is a character that can kill off the sides, and already having that heavy impact, now having that Knife's Edge, just being able to kind of punch people off the map instantly with Blink, has the pummelers as well. It puts so much KO pressure on Poof, who wants to play on these sides, wants to, you know, kind of chill and play a little bit of core control. It instantly makes that almost kind of impossible.
Yeah, and I am curious, if she does use the glitch pop and then walks near the edge, will it do more damage due to that 40 power increase? Something to think about. I actually don't know the answer to that, so if you do know, that would be pretty cool.
I do actually, yeah. So whenever you do stand on that bottom part, you will gain the power for the entire duration, as Skyaxe gonna get us another point. So essentially, I don't actually, so this is one I don't know. I don't know if you have the glitch pop, then walk to the side, if you'll get that extra power. I have to imagine you will, when you essentially pop it. So if you throw it out when you don't have the nice power to then walk to the edge and then get the power, I'm pretty sure you'll get it. But yeah, it applies to your projectiles, because it essentially just gives your character 40 power whenever you're near the edge.
Yep, and we already saw Sustain tossing around Poof like a tennis ball, and there's a nice little barrier found there. Poof just trying to win these strike wards. Glizz Lizard, a nice Tofu Fortress, generates a lot of pressure on the side of Magical Meeps. And oh, the Imi turret coming out. This is going to be very hard for Glizz to defend. Has all the cooldowns necessary and the nice mix up, but Sustain using that core flip to take the gate. And look at how much damage is already done to Poof, just trying to burn the rest of Skyaxe's energy, barely living off the side of the net. Skyaxe is invisible and he is moving. Pass up, and the nice dunk there. Somehow Poof manages to fly through the goal barrier courtesy of Skyaxe Airlines. A nice goal from the side of Nameless.
Yeah, and Nameless looking to get some of these kills out here. So, you know, you have the chance to send someone and the core into the net. You're getting two birds with one stone there. A nice, you know, 2-for-1 deal, as, you know, Poof just playing for life. We talked about it, that pressure that Sustain is able to put on the field just as the Amy, now having that Knife's Edge. It is so difficult, and you can see both these characters stuck and low in the net as Skyaxe trying to get it through, but a nice log from Glizz Lizard, but Glizz Lizard also low, having to be worried, and there is that, you know, a nice little blink from Sustain, keeping this pressure up, and now as that pummeler is trying to get something forward, but Lang just doing a nice job here, keeping the defense up, making sure not to let anything go through. We talk about forwards in the net, and the forwards are holding it down here.
Oh, the demon angle coming out from Valerius just barely saved away, as Glizz Lizard able to relieve a little bit of pressure, but for how long? They are tossing Skyaxe around. Poof continues sending it up. There's a lot of pressure here, and Valerius takes his own barrier. This is a little bit scary for them. Skyaxe is gone. The Tofu Fortress down, looking to even things out. Lang is looking. Nice core control. Ooh, the blink combo. Not finding Poof. The pass over to Lang, and it is perfect. Valerius not able to get that death touch out in time, and Lang with a beautiful goal. A nice passing play from the side of Magical Meeps.
Yeah, and Magical Meeps getting 1 point here in this set 2. They need 2 more to drive that back to the carousel. You especially want to be there, as there is still some Great Awakenings still on the board. You know, we still got that demo. We still got that build different for the Rasmus, but Sustain off the field. But, you know, it might not matter. Skyaxe doesn't seem like they need Sustain, and they're going to shotgun that one past Glizz Lizard and send us to our second draft.
Drakkar has so many abilities, able to stuff that core, and you know, I think if you're the side of Magical Meeps, you're hoping that Dubu somehow manages to get Quick Strike. It is up right now, but look at all of these awakenings. These are incredible for Imi, of course. All of the first 5 are perfect. Looks like she will be denying the Quick Strike from not only Luna, but also the Dubu. I would imagine Drakkar, yep, Demolitionist, of course, Size Awakenings, great on Drakkar. He already has Big Fish right now, so he is about to be, I believe, 50% larger than normal. So that's huge. Same with Rasmus, getting that built different, and the other Rasmus getting extra special. So that will help defend a little bit. And look at how big Skyaxe is right now. He is huge.
Yeah, and Skyaxe having that double size, you know, he's already walking on the field. He's already massive. He's now going to have that range from the shotgun, but double barrier falling down. Nameless again, just so good at putting that pressure on with that Amy turret, with Skyaxe, and Valerius here on this other side now has to defend against Lang, as there's the Molten Bolt from Skyaxe just trying to get it forward, and Sustain's going to pick up another kill with that Knife's Edge. They picked up, and now has the quick strikes to hopefully try and get it past Poofed in this midfield. Poofed having to play back a little bit low on Stagger, as Sustain just trying to get it through, keeps taking that center, and Sustain gonna get another one with that blink, but they cannot find the goal just yet. Lang and Poofed have been just fighting in the center, as now Skyaxe, you know, as I say it, they can hear me a little bit. They heard me talking a little smack, and now Skyaxe gonna send that one to the bottom, and they nice. I can't even finish my thought. I'm having trouble forming coherent sentences today.
Yeah, and you'll see from the side of Nameless, they are using sort of this double defense. They have one person essentially playing goalie in each lane. Sustain able to help out a lot. Aimee as a solo goalie, as we've seen in some high-level tournaments and other matches, able to hold their own, but especially paired with the Rasmus, things are just a little difficult. And ooh, the angle not quite finding it there. The core flip denied by Glizz Lizard. Great read there, and look at all three of these players not able to keep that gate. Lang is just doing too much, and a nice read there from Skyaxe.
Yeah, and it's really important for someone as Lang to be taking pressure on that field and just trying to get it through, and a nice little pass Poofed using that Luna dash to then send it towards Valerius. Valerius trying to get it past Lang, doesn't, but Lang gonna pick up, you know, I say it every time, but it's such an important point for them.
Yeah, a very important point, as they need to keep themselves alive in this match. But Skyaxe with the flip, with all of those abilities, trying to get it through. I like the way they're taking these gates right now. Poofed using this energy, or the nuke ultimate anyway, to try to put as much pressure on Valerius as they can, making them move around to their will. But there's so many size awakenings, and it might be a little bit difficult to KO some of these people unless you're Sustain.
Yeah, and Sustain just, again, they can do that with the knockback, and really just doesn't need anything. As a nice flip there from Lang trying to get it forward, but isn't able to, as Valerius just holds it down, has the net on lockdown, and again wants to try and get it past, but now here Lang pulls to himself with the death touch. But the pressure that Nameless is putting on, even in net, is just too much for Magical Meeps to handle right now.
Yeah, and you'll see how patient Sustain is playing, just watching, waiting for Lang to strike, looking for that little visual strike indicator to win every war. And I mean, look how much pressure this is putting on Glizz Lizard. Has to use all of their abilities to try to keep it out, especially when you're playing up against the Drakkar. The Tofu Fortress will buy a little bit of time, but oh, that ult from Luna making things a little bit scary. Lang gets the dunk past two players with core flip. That stun was of utmost importance. They're up 2-1 in this set right now, trying to keep themselves in this game.
And the Drakkar in this game is just having such a tough time to get it past Glizz Lizard. Glizz Lizard just too big in that field, but Sustain gonna get another kill here, drops the flip, and unfortunately misses the core. But they're still going to get one barrier. Skyaxe sends it down and does get two. And now they have a chance to get the goal here and take us to... Ooh, almost making that 2-2. And would have been a nice little fast set for themselves.
Yeah, this is scary right now. The core flip is out from Valerius, and Skyaxe is getting closer by the minute. Not able to get that save there. And there we go. Lang, once again, the bread and butter strike to whatever that move is called, but it's I forget the name because it's so good, and I think those guys just got a concussion in the goalie. So one set now coming back. It looks like Lang will get the first awakening pick. I would imagine taking tempo swing, potentially, maybe hot shot to deny it from the Aimee. But yeah, there it is. The hot shot pick will make things a little bit difficult for Sustain here.
Yeah, and this Aimee is going to get tempo swing, so they are going to deal even more damage than they already are doing. You know, if you want to think about it, maybe you probably could have picked up the prize fighter on that Aimee if you were feeling yourself, feeling a little confident in the ability to knock people off the edge. But more importantly, Poofed gonna get specialized here. Doesn't have anything like extra special or Deadeye, but you know, that ult is still gonna hurt if you do get hit by it, but it doesn't look like it seems to matter as Nameless just putting so much pressure. This Amy with that quick strikes, plus that Knife's Edge is just fighting it. You know, God's hardest battle in some of these strike wars.
Yeah, speaking of which, Sustain is definitely fighting a tough battle. Wow, the death touch from Rasmus ends up hitting that into the barrier, and Poof played that extremely well, but now has to try to get it past all of these awakenings. Luna's kit, a little bit difficult to do, a little bit difficult to stuff, and there is the ult. Lang manages to just yeet that bottom corner, credited with the Luna pass, and a beautiful shot from them into that bottom corner.
Yeah, and Leg able to get that one through, does have the double size, plus now that hot shot, so that core with the pendulum swing is going to be going Mach 10, and we saw it just then. And you know, you think about it too, when you do get that hot shot, you are able, and a nice little death touch there, taking away from Sustain and getting that bottom barrier, and that caught Midgard even.
Yeah, well, here we go. There's the midfield pressure. Once again, Glizzlers are not able to get to it quick enough. That Molten Bolt slowing down just a little bit. And here comes the power play. The core flip used to kill. And there's the energy burst. Lang hits it into the net. It is pixel perfect save. SkyAxe getting absolutely tossed away. And now they have to hold it down without the goalie. They can't do it. SkyAxe able to get it through the bottom of the net. Lang not able to deal with all of these Drakkar abilities. Well, evening it out 1-1 right now in this set. It is really anybody's game.
Yeah, and Sustain hitting that one down towards where SkyAxe was, hitting it directly into lane, and then SkyAxe with the shotgun was able to be there and kind of act as a nice blanket cover as they almost get that top barrier, but Poof. Oh, but actually Sustain gonna do a nice little strike timing there and catch Poof a little off guard, gonna get that top barrier even through the flip.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, Sustain just playing so patient, knows that they can win the strike war. I'm loving what I'm seeing from them, and there goes the gate. SkyAxe able to find it with the core flip. Such a difficult thing to time. Lang tries the self pass, but the core's just moving a little bit too quickly. Oh, but Lang manages to survive that. Poofed. Oh, so close to able to get that. SkyAxe shoots at bottom corner, and Glizzlers are just not quick enough. Game point right now for the side of Nameless.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you want to do against a debut. When you are in front of the net, just sending it off one of those top or bottom walls, hitting it back to yourself to then send it into one of the corners. And, you know, if the debut does have abilities, you have that option of shotgunning it, and it makes it so hard for the debut to try and save it. But talking about hard to save, Lang being the absolute dominant force in this game, he is just trying his best here, trying to get something going for his team because they are sitting on match point here.
Yeah, beautiful save from Valerius there to keep them in it. Oof, just not low enough to be able to grab that one. Lizard will do the roll, but it is not enough to try to save this. But here comes the push. Right now, Lang shoots it right at Valerius. And the double stop once again from the pendulum swing is keeping them in this match 2-2.
Yeah, and you know what? You send it right at the goalie and then have it come back to you. You got another chance there. And the pendulum swing, again, we talked about it, right? That double size, that built different, that big fish, that hot shot. I don't know how you're saving the pendulum swing when it's right in front of your face. And clearly Lang has been getting these goals for his team and he's just trying to get something going. But SkyAxe on the other end that says, hey, I want to end this game quickly, sends it forward. Doesn't have what it takes to finish it off just yet, but both barriers open here, both goals now available as Glizzlers sends this one through, and Lang gonna find another one, sending his team to this last carousel, and reverse sweep hopefully for them.
What a pass from Glizzlizard, finds it through that speed, and oh, here comes some of the strong awakenings. We might see a super surge pick from Lang, just making them a little bit quicker, and sure enough we do. I mean, might opt for one of the creation sized awakenings, or could just pick Deadeye to do even more damage, and sure enough opts for Timeless Creator. And Castellas from Drakkar are going to make things a lot more annoying. Of course, that Molten Bolt debuff will last longer, as well as I believe their invisibility for their secondary.
Yeah, and I would have liked to have seen this Amy just pick up the Deadeye, because now you're looking at Luna with Missile Propulsion, Specialized, plus Deadeye, Spark of Strength, and Heavy Impact. They are an absolute monster. You get hit by any one of the abilities from Poof, and Poofed is just going to do your health bar.
Yeah, and we can see that already. I mean, look at SkyAxe staggered half their health, just trying to get it back with all of these abilities. Lang looking to push things. A nice pass from Poof, but that core is just moving too fast to be able to keep control of.
Yeah, and this Dubu Glizz Lizard just has to keep really a nice little calm state here. You can't do anything too crazy. You just have to sit. You have to pray that you're going to be able to get it past SkyAxe and Sustain. Now that Sustain does have this Timeless Creator, that Amy turret is going to last forever. A nice flip down to the bottom side, and they're going to pick up this first point for Nameless.
Yep, well, there's great movement from the side of Nameless, where they're playing very well right now, and it's looking pretty scary, but they have lost the last 2 sets in a row. Momentum is still on the side of Magical Meeps, and look at that. SkyAxe is schmoving through this arena, trying to find the second barrier, and the Monumentalist and Timeless Creator picked up by 2 respective players. Glizz Lizards are going to be big, and Amy's are going to take forever, and the stuns and the abilities are too much. Look at this. Game point once again for the side of Nameless. Will Magical Meeps be able to come back from this?
Yeah, and SkyAxe just has so much pressure on the map. But again, we talked about it, right? That Luna with Deadeye, with Spec, just absolutely mauled his health bar down. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't seem to care. He's just sitting there. He's fighting for these barriers. He's hitting. He's got one. The Glizz Lizard is going to get taken off the map here if they're not careful. To SkyAxe. SkyAxe walking up, trying to fight him on this other end, is now the core flipped by Valerius on that other side. But Lang going to get a barrier, but the goalie is down. They have the option now. They have the ability to try and get this barrier. They send it forward. SkyAxe is going to get the one. That goal is open, but the goalie up in 1 second. They need to get something going, but a nice Tofu Fortress is going to hold this one down for the time being.
That Monumental's helping out so much. Lang gets the core flip, but the immediate dunk coming out from the Ivy glitch pop. There we go. SkyAxe in a good position right now. That cast to last, making him invisible for so long, makes things hard to read. The self pass with the shotgun blast there, not working. Oh, but the Luna ult sending them off the map. Valerius looking to keep it and pass it forward to SkyAxe. This is so difficult right now for the side of Magical Meeps. They need to keep this in. They need to keep it on the other side. Glizz Lizard has so much to deal with. Lang looking for it. Overtime coming out. The core is moving so fast. SkyAxe with the toss. Ooh, and there it is. The SkyAxe with the dunk, with the Molten Bolt to finish up the game. And this game goes to Nameless.
Yeah, Nameless going to put themselves now in a position to qualify against Deets Nuts if they do win their next match. But, you know, overall, SkyAxe just doing really a lot of the momentum for his team with that demo there at the end. Got it as well with that stagger swagger. And you know, we talked about it, that cast to last. They just are able to get the barriers. They get one, they get that cooldown reset. And against someone like Dubu, you just need your shotguns. You need that Molten Bolt. But again, on the other hand, we can talk about Lang. Lang putting up 8 full goals for his team. 212 redirects, 90 shots. And was very close to making it a full reserve sweep.
Yeah, and I will say one thing that doesn't show up on the stats is SkyAxe playing against that Dubu. You know, Glizz Lizard picked momentum boots, and of course, if you do get hit, it resets all of your speed. So we saw a lot of times where, you know, SkyAxe does take the random pellet, and it just makes them slower, makes it harder to defend. And there were so many times where, you know, the IME was just able to shoot it all the way down and get that second gate. So a little bit of little extra things to think about when you look at the scoreboard, or maybe try to figure out how much impact each of these players had. But, you know, nevertheless, a great match from both of these teams, and a really great showing here in Osas.
Yeah, and we are hopefully going to get towards our losers quarterfinals soon. And with that losers quarterfinals, we're looking at a bit of Chikara versus Chikara action again. Before we had the Chikara Inters versus the Chikara Cheetos. Now we're looking at Chikara Inters, who did lose that winner semifinals match, but is now in that losers quarters final. They get one more chance here, and they are against the Chikara Clinkers. And funny enough, the round before this one was actually Chikara Clinkers versus Chikara Chads. So this has been 4 Chikara teams in the making to get to this losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean there are so many Chikara teams. I don't even know what to say about that. There's just so many. Everywhere you look, it's Chikara. So I guess they're kind of ruling Osas right now. Statistically, surely one of them has to win, right?
Yeah, one already qualified. There's, from what I think there's 8 of them. I can do
Oh
my
my
recounting in my head here, but there is just so many of them in this bracket so far, and there is 9 of them. There are 9 Chikara teams.
Oh man.
In this OSAS Weekly 1. One already qualified, and regardless of what happens in this game, another one's going to qualify. So it's going to be pretty pretty interesting to see. You know, we saw Chikara Enters on stream once before, that Wire Enjoyer, Cliff 86, and the other one who I'm just calling them the other one because I honestly don't remember. We saw them before. They had a bit of a rough time, played against that damage comp. So hopefully maybe they can try and get, not a damage game, something more open, something a little more for their goalie to survive in net.
Yeah, we'll see too. The map pick might change up depending on the comps. Night Market, one of the honestly more deadly maps that are in here. I mean, if you really want to talk deadly, we can talk Inkies, but I don't like talking about Inkies. I don't know. I have some opinions about Inkies that I think I might not share. However, a Chikara team, I'm predicting a Chikara team is going to win. Of course, you can predict it with your channel points in the chat, but these players are joining up in the lobby and we will hopefully get into the game soon, but I believe they are picking and banning maps right now.
Yeah, and predicting a Chikara, chatting team or Chikara team to, there's too many of them, right? Like, but picking one of the two here to win is definitely the right choice. I could say that one of the Chikara teams is going to win, and I'd put 100% of my money on that.
Yeah, me too. That's a pretty safe bet, all things considered. That being said, I'm curious what the map will be and if there will be any adaptations before, Kill comps, will we see them? Will we see more core control? Rasmus has been, I feel like, one of the strongest strikers that we've seen in this tournament so far. Just every single map, so much core control. They can play goalie, they can play forward, they can play midfield, they can play everything. They can play Omega strikers better than a lot of the other strikers, it sure seems. And a lot of these people are very comfortable on this striker.
Yeah, and when you think about Rasmus, right, he's a bit of a jack of all trades, right? He, again, you just talked about it, right? He can play that forward, he can play that midfield. If you really wanted to, you can play him goalie, especially on a map like Demon Deus. Demon Deus, great for Rasmus goalie. Do I think we'd ever see Demon Deus in any one of these tournaments? Probably not. Most people don't like playing it too much, which is understandable. I have more fun on it now than I used to.
Yeah.
But he's a character that doesn't necessarily have a lot of the scoring power that someone like a Juliet or an Asher does, but he makes up for that by being able to be really kind of a force. And we saw that last game with Lang. Lang, even though his team wasn't doing the greatest, he put up a great fight. He sat there, he was getting the barriers, he was getting pretty much and doing a lot of that work and a lot of the heavy lifting just by himself with that size and hot shot. So definitely a character that if you're just an overall standout good player, you can really help elevate a lot of the aspects in your gameplay with him.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, Demon Day is not in this current map pool, sadly, but when I look at a map like Inkies or a map like Gates of Obscura, I really love Demon Dies. I'll say it. When compared to some of these newer maps, these ones are brutal. It might be me not knowing them, it might be Inkies goals being scored in 3 seconds, but speaking of goals being scored in 3 seconds, we probably won't see that on this map pick as we hop into this match here. Chikara Enters versus Chikara Clinkers.
Yeah, in Atlas Lab, just a standard map. We've already seen it before. We'll see it here again. It is a close map. You have the option to play damage. You have the option to play core control. You have a lot that you can really work with, and especially when you take into then account some of the starting awakenings that are coming out. An Amy ban is going to be this first one here. I have to imagine the other one possibly going to be that Luna, but it looks like they're going to target the Atlas. And with that Atlas ban, this is going to open up a lot more, I would say damage comp. There's no more res. There's no more able to be healed, as both teams probably not going to pick that now. A bit too of a new character for them to work with, having, kind of played forward. But I stand corrected. I said something, it was willed into existence. I have caster cursed this character into the match here.
Yeah, we do see a Juno pick coming out. This is going to be interesting, especially paired with Now. Is it a Now goalie or is it a Juno goalie? It is a Now goalie with Strike Shot, of course, and 2 starting awakenings, Fight or Flight, and 1-2 Punch. So we will see some speed and we will see some stagger coming out for this match here.
Yeah, and when you do look at some of these gear picks that you can take from the Now, I actually really like the eject button because it gives you room to work around. It gives you that secondary cooldown, which with your secondary, you're really able to provide a bunch of force to your team. As you can see, Makon is just doing so much work with this Juno here, getting it up to True Unicorn, pushing forward. But on the other end, Cliff is just going to take 2 of these barriers for themselves.
Yeah, one thing I will mention, the side of the Clinkers, it's going to be so many creations down on the field. Of course, the Juno Blobs, the Now primaries, True Unicorn looking to dash punch through Walter, but just manages to escape that one safely. Arctic is taking a little bit of damage from Wire Enjoyer. Those stuns are going to be something you have to look out for. And oh man, that center gravity well spawns at such an unfortunate time for the Inters, as True Unicorn is able to dunk it through Walter as that core just flies into the net.
Yeah, and Cliff was trying to clear it towards the center, just pop it and then possibly hit it again, but Makon actually jumped into it and then popped it for it to then go back, and True Unicorn just there to get that nice little receive.
Yeah, and there it is, another dash punch from one True Unicorn right now. They have 2 kills already, and it's not even the second point. Look at all of these abilities, making things difficult for Walter. Does manage to save it with the roll there, and the snipe just not good enough to get it past these 2 players.
Yeah, and the Juno is just doing so much pressure, and honestly, I didn't even think about it, and we didn't even talk about it, but the 1-2 punch and Fight or Flight were both these starting awakenings here. And with this Fight or Flight, this Juno just able to move, drops the flip there, kind of just unfortunately doesn't necessarily get to hit it there. But this Juno just kind of able to get a little more dribbling power. Does have the mag souls, so they're able to do so much in the midfield, especially when they hit the core and the friend fling, or I'm not even sure, it was either one of the blobs from the friend fling or the make it rain. I couldn't even tell, but it's going to get right past Dubu.
Yeah, so many abilities to deal with, and Dubu is one that struggles against so many multiple abilities. Maybe a striker like Kai or someone else would be able to try and defend better against that. As one True Unicorn already with 4 KOs, and we're not even done with the first set. This Fight or Flight, or excuse me, 1-2 punch for them working out perfectly, and Arctic does lose 1 goal barrier. Walter trying to make some pressure, a good save though, almost making it through that barrier, and Arctic has to fight. A great use of this strike shot though.
Yeah, and this Juliet is just making so much work out of the sides here. You got to start to think, if you are on the side of the Chikara team, I mean, they're both Chikara, right? But if you're on the side of Chikara Enters, you got to start using your elusive to dodge some of this Juliet abilities, because she has just been finding them on the side. And as I speak of it, Cliff, if True Unicorn decided to flip there, Cliff was dead as well. And a nice core flip steer there from Walter. That was actually a pretty interesting interaction, as Walter flipped as the exact moment. Ooh. But as I say that, before I finish my tangent, Cliff is going to send that one through. But that interaction is cool because Walter actually used his core flip the exact frame that I'm not even sure who else had the flip. I think it was True Unicorn at the exact time that Unicorn hit it. So it didn't play the animation, but it stole the flip, which is pretty funny. But Wire Enjoyer is going to take me out of my time here, as they're going to get a nice double barrier.
Yeah, a great strike there when you are using that secondary. Oh my god, I can't even speak either. Cliff is shutting me off now. A nice snipe into the goal. But as I was saying, Luna and Juno both able to strike the core mid-secondary ability. So while they are flying or leaping through the air, you can strike the core, contrary to maybe popular belief. But a huge KO once again. This time Cliff 86 taken out of the map, taking that last goal.
Yeah, and when this Juliet does get a kill, they just run through with the pressure from that pummelers. And especially now that you have someone like now on your team as Wire Enjoyer off the map, I didn't even see what they died to. Maybe the invisible Jakar that's sitting somewhere on this map as True Unicorn trying to need to play a little bit of stagger, but doesn't matter as Arctic could have healed them to possibly basically full HP there.
Ooh, nice double barrier there from Wire Enjoyer. Trying to use that ult to zone out the Juliet, and a nice roll manages to get it around all of the Juno slimes. Walter pushing up now, trying to assist the forwards. Wire Enjoyer just a little bit too far away. Wins the strike war against the blob over to Cliff, who snipes it, but a nice save there from Makun.
Arctic here. Ooh, but True Unicorn on a 6 KO streak in the first one.
Ooh.
Actually, Walter on this other end going to get it just with the log there. You know, now doesn't really have anything to catch that top side of the barrier or the bottom side when it is open without that strike shot. And we are going to our first draft here. We got a little bit of hot shot. We got a little bit of stacks on stacks. That Deadeye is up for the Luna. Have to imagine it's probably going to be denied by this Juno, since Juno's going to lose the hot shot here. But Julie gonna get this demo.
Yeah, look at all these awakenings. These are going to be very difficult to play against. I imagine we might see a Juno Super Surge question mark if they want to just fly across the map. Opts for Deadeye instead. So Deadeye paired with the fight or flight will basically gain 20% speed for 1.5 seconds every time someone runs into a Juno blob, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and that Deadeye pickup, just a great deny from the Luna. You don't want the Luna taking it and starting to scale, especially with the fact that they already have that 1-2 punch in this game. But Wire Enjoyer going to win a strike war against two people, managing to get a nice little double barrier there. They might be on the back foot in terms of KOs, but it doesn't matter since Wire Enjoyer has managed to find barriers and find goals in this game so far.
The second time the demon angle comes through in that top corner, just gliding along that diagonal edge there, right into the net. Beautiful goal from the side of Chikara Inters. And once again, a Chikara team will be eliminated by another Chikara team. And a beautiful double barrier from True Unicorn. Probably going to get all of their abilities back with that Demolitionist. And now they just have to hold it down. They have the pressure. They have both the gates. But do they have the abilities to get it past Walter? We will see.
Yeah, and Julie with that demo, just so, honestly, way too strong. You pop a barrier, you get all of your cooldowns back, essentially, and then you're able to dash punch again, especially if you get it off of that assist. It is so strong, and it's really difficult here as now, again, True Unicorn just going to walk this one in, sends it up, forces Walter to kind of come forward, make the proactive save, but just dodges that flop and sends it right through.
Yeah, and when we look at KOs between the two sides, we see Clinkers getting way more kills. Now, one of the reasons for that is, of course, now secondary, able to heal so much and really help out with the comps. You'll see Makun's at super low HP, and just like that, they're all the way healed up again. So look at that, double right there, just healing them back to full HP. So if you're wondering why Wire Enjoyer is getting yeeted off the map by this Juliet, they do not have the healing like the side of the Clinkers do.
The counterpoint, and what's good and why they were able to win that first set, though, is just the defense. Walter, you know, as I say that, Wire Enjoyer is going to pick up yet again another barrier. So prevalent in this game so far, Wire Enjoyer has been, but Walter is just a little bit more of a defensive goalie than now. Once that first barrier drops for now, it's really hard to defend the other one, and there's been a bunch of multi-barriers coming from Wire Enjoyer and Cliff 86 so far in this match.
Yeah, Wire Enjoyer using that movement great as a nice pass from Cliff. Will shoot it into the bottom corner. A nice goal there from the side of Inters, and it's looking up for them. One more to take this set, and might get some good awakenings after that, but can't count your eggs before they hatch. One barrier goes down right away for Walter, and Wire Enjoyer on such low HP has to use that ult to try to take out True Unicorn, who's trying to kill them, has to stay alive and barely is, but that Julie does so much damage. Cliff taking both of the barriers though. Here comes the pass to now. Cliff has the cooldowns and the ultimate into the bottom corner. Chikara Inters will be taking this set.
And that now just so hard to defend those barriers from the side of, you got that Luna, you got that Estelle. It is so difficult just for now to defend. She doesn't really have a lot of get me out of jail free cards, and now that spec is here for the Luna. Again, I imagine if you are now, you have to take it away. You don't want this Luna getting damaged, because once she does, you are going to be fighting for your life. But it doesn't matter, this Luna's going to get knife edge anyways, and now she has the ability to possibly get kills with that 1-2 punch, with that pummelers. You need to be careful on the sides, and especially now with she has Super Surge too. You get hit by a dash rocket combo, you are getting sent to Miami.
To Miami indeed. In this case, not somewhere you want to be if you're in Atlas's lab, but a barrier will fall right away. And look at the size of these Juno blobs, and look at the cooldown on Wire Enjoyer as One True Unicorn dash punching their way to a potential victory. Walter's turncoat is so big though that he'll probably be able to win Strike Wars even past the Julie, despite her having the Demolitionist awakening.
And that's really what you want to see from True Unicorn. You want to see those kills in this game, because without them, True Unicorn really has a tough time getting it past the midfield. And it does, but again, it doesn't matter, because Wire Enjoyer and Cliff 86 are just too prevalent in getting these goals, in getting these barriers, and it's just too hard for Arctic to defend.
Yeah, I mean, both Juno and Estelle essentially being, projectile teleporting strikers, making things so difficult, because as soon as you think you have space, they are in your face. As Wire Enjoyer redirecting after using that secondary, a beautiful way to take that bottom barrier, and Arctic will just be healing his teammates right back up.
And Wire Enjoyer hitting Cliff 86 with a nice little pass, and obviously they really want it, because look, as soon as they did that, barriers down, but True Unicorn just trying to get something here, working on the other side. This is possibly the last match for them, as Walter dropping that flip, but Wire Enjoyer is going to miss the core here, and that allows True Unicorn and Maka to work on the other side. Is now Wire Enjoyer trying to get something here, trying to get something going, is going to get hit by that Flame Flurry, and now is cracked, has to try and play their lives a little bit. They don't have that now to heal them back up, as True Unicorn is going to pass this one up to Mob, but Walter holding it down in net as Wire Enjoyer just try to get this barrier, trying to get it past. They just can't. Arctic is just holding it down. Both goalies playing so well in this set so far.
Yeah, we're in overtime now, so now is where it gets scary. The core moves so fast, and Wire Enjoyer just dunking that Juno blob. The power friendship was not good enough there to defend that one, as they will lose their second point, and they are 1 point away from this game ending. A nice barrier though right off the bat from Makun.
And now, hey, you get it. And now, they've been put on the match point. You're put on this back foot. True Unicorn, you really need to start feeding them the core, getting it forward, getting advantage with that Demolitionist that you picked up, and just getting more pressure onto Walter, because Walter's been allowed to basically free run in this game with the stacks, with this fight or flight, plus momentum moons. They have so much speed that how do you get it past them?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult, and especially with that Tofu Fortress, or Beach Ball Fortress rather, it's just up long enough to stall out the maximum amount of time. And look at now how things are changing. One True Unicorn on an 8 KO streak, but yet they don't have a set yet. There's so much damage coming out, but they just can't score. As Walter keeps making core flips like that, they definitely won't. And once again, there's that Tofu Fortress, but One True Unicorn, the bread and butter, the dash punch, will get it through this Dubu.
And a nice little pass from Maka and actually into the primary from this now here and was able to get it around, send it right to True Unicorn, who was just able to get it through. But Cliff86, just they're so prevalent at getting these barriers so early on in the match. It's hard to defend against them. You have to take the full force of the Luna nukes. You have to take the Luna dashes, and there's that gate open. All of a sudden, things are looking scary.
Ooh, and One True Unicorn shooting it a little bit too fast. Just look at the range. Cliff right now has so much map control with this primary and the ult. And oh, Walter misreading that roll a little bit, taking a lot of damage, but things are still scary if you're now dealing with this Luna. And there it is. Wire Enjoyer puts the nail in the coffin for the Chikara Clinkers. Chikara enters, taking that one 1-0.
You know, we talked about it, right? But in that game, it's so hard for the side of, so I try and remember which one is named which. It's so hard for Chikara Clinkers just to be able to push through, try and get it past that Dubu, because they don't really have a lot outside of True Unicorn. As Walter sitting in net, he is the danger. He holds down, and nothing really got past him that game. Only a total of 4 goals from the side of Chikara Clinkers there. And unfortunately out for the rest of the day. But you know, if you are the side of Chikara Inters, you're happy about this one. You got your qualification. You didn't get in the winner side bracket, but you're here in losers now. You got it. It's done. You're over. You can rest and wait until that finale match. And now we are hopefully going to get now on that other side of the winner or losers quarters finals. I'm losing my word here. It's getting late. You know, we got one more in us, though. We got one more.
Absolutely. Always one more game. And I mean, a really good play from Wire Enjoyer. We saw them so many times able to use that flight, able to redirect the core with the correct timings. That's always a nice thing. Of course, you can just ram right into the core and send it going somewhere quick, but you know, you can also strike it a different direction. And so many goals and barriers were taken just due to the mix-up. I mean, you know, when you have 2 goal barriers, you want to toss it in between to get as many as you can, and sometimes you put all of your resources into one and they take the other, and that's life. That's Atlas Lab, and that's why they were able to take that game. So great play from both of those teams there.
Yeah, and as we do look forward to our next one, we got a repeat of Nameless. Already saw them on stream, and along with this, we already saw Dean's Deets. Oh my god. I look, guys, I get it. The name is funny, but you're killing me. You're killing me over here. It's 11:37 on a Thursday night. You can't be doing this to me. But you know what? I'm gonna call it, out of spite, I'm gonna call them nuts. They get to be nuts now. Nuts. We already saw them on stream too, so we got a bit of an idea of what both of these teams can do. Valerius on that. You know, Rasmus goalie did so much work in that night market game, was able to keep it up, and Skyax, an absolute monster on that Jakar. I got the Julie ban away from them, so maybe we'll see a repeat of that, a Julie ban into a nice little Jakar combo.
Yep, interested to see what the picks will be. You know, K22 does have the Rune profile picture. It's a terrible day for Rain, so I'm assuming that they are probably a Rune main. That being said, maps that are great for Rune, we might see them run it back to Atlas Lab, potentially. It's unfortunately, did it work out for them? I can't remember. I'm not sure it did. No, Winton did come out on top. However, K22 was playing out of his mind with those Rune unstable anomalies. So we shall see.
Yeah, Rune was one of those characters where you really have to sit and wait and kind of scale in the game, because you need a lot of stuff. You need that Monumentalist, that Timeless, that Prime Time, that Twin Drive, that Hot Shot. There's so much that you can get on that Rune, and being able to put a lot of pressure. Again, we talk about it, right? We've only seen so far from the matches that we've watched. We've only seen that Atlas Lab. We've only seen that night market, which is understandable, right? People don't want to mess it up. People don't want to take it to something new. There's not necessarily like a counter pick where you go, okay, this team is good at this team is good at that, because it's too early. It's too early in the season. It's OSAS weekly 1. you get a general gist of what some of the other teams are playing, but you're not at that point and some of these teams that are more newly formed aren't at that point yet either to feel comfortable on one map over the other. It's just kind of a let's play Atlas Lab, let's play Night Market because they're simple standard maps.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Those 3 maps are kind of the staple of Omega Strikers at this point. A lot of people, if you ask what their favorite map is, it's probably one of the 3. Unless someone picks, was it Sidelines? Is that what it was? The beta map?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Side Streets.
Side Streets, that's what it was. I tried to suppress it from my memory as much as I could because it's a little bit traumatic, some of the experiences we had there in the beta. If you know, you know. But that being said, we're getting our lobbies together. We're looking for one more qualifier. Will it be Deets Nuts or will it be Nameless? Only time will tell.
Hey, you know what? I'm not saying anything, but I played on Side Streets against if most people know him, Tej, great person, one of the devs who has done a nice amount of work into this game. I did ping him and tell him to delete Side Streets, and Side Streets was removed from the game a little bit after. So, you know, I'm just saying, you know, it might not have been me, but you get the feeling, you know.
Well, thank you for your service. Sony Salute 07 in the chat for Daftgrass taking out that map. That is legendary. I think, you know, you deserve a special emote, even a special title just for that one. Maybe even a developer tag, who knows.
It's okay. They took out Side Streets and then they put me back. They put me back in prison with Split, and then they put me back with Narrows.
Well, now you get the best of every world with Clarion Test Chamber.
Yeah, I get to see everyone's favorite map, Narrows, back in the game, and Side Street. You know, the Invisible isn't that bad. I don't necessarily hate like from a, I would say like fun standpoint. I don't hate Clarion Corp. I think it's a very fun map, but I cannot think of it as a competitive map. It's too goofy. It's too goofy. But you know what isn't goofy? Night Market. We like Night Market.
Night Market is not goofy, and KOs are 50% off. However, K22 banning the IME. That's what was made why. So looks like we'll see an IME ban from the side of Deets Nuts, and maybe the Nameless side in a second here. Or if they want to pick no ban, nope, Zentaro. Okay, so potential awakenings could have been Chrono Boost, could have been Super Surge, 2 very strong ones for either of those. But of course, not able to see in the spectator side, but as soon as the match launches, we will get that for you. Looks like K22 walking in that rune and potentially a Vice goalie on the side of Nameless. I do like this, so we must see some sort of damage comp, maybe even Twin Drive, actually, now that I think about it. Vice, Drakkar on the side of Nameless. The final one will be Rasmus. We know him, we love him. We might hate him if you got knocked out by him, but looking for one more team to qualify. Will it be Deets Nuts? Will it be Nameless? Here we go, and we will find out. Hilarious Rasmus goalie once again.
Yeah, and some important information here. Caspane isn't in this game. We actually got Nade YT. Haven't seen them yet before, but they are playing the era. So it is the same pick that Caspane did play last time we saw them in the game. But fortunately, no Vice goalie for you. You're stuck with Vice midfield with this Drakkar pick. Saw it from SkyAxe once. We're going to see it again. And already making waves on the field.
Yeah, I'm already making waves indeed. SkyAxe, you know, Drakkar just such a good striker to be able to dunk. That's one of the things they have, is they have those 2 shotgun blasts to put it past so many goalies. And that's where Rune is really going to come in. I mean, we saw SkyAxe performing really well against the Dubu, but how well can they do against an unstable anomaly? Only time will tell as they take the first barrier. Starting awakenings are Aerials and Egoists, so we will see some of these teams flying once they get enough energy coming out here. And there's the Night Market angle. Fluffy Griffin almost manages to throw it through, but the barrier not opening up quick enough for that one. K22 getting pretty aggressive as well. Banishes SkyAxe, but a nice play from Sustain to be there.
Yeah, a nice little hit in there from Fluffy. And, you know, we got that Egoist, we got that Aerials. Aerials being taken only by Nade Y. Obviously, you don't want it on that Julie. You don't necessarily want it on that rune. But Egoist going to be a big one later down the line when, you know, this Juliet is able to scale up a little bit. Maybe possibly might get something like the quick strikes, might get something like that fight or flight, and be a little bit less of a kill Julie and more of a core control Julie.
Yes, that would be good to see. Made YT has the core flip right now, but waiting to fly. Both forwards have this flip, and a nice job by Valerius to get it out of there. Look at the damage done to Skyax as he is tossed out of the arena. And here we go in that corner, a nice stun coming out from Sustain to make things a little bit more difficult for Deets Nuts. Look how far up K22 is. There's the Egoist, but not even needed. Fluffy Griffin manages to find the red string of fate between the two strikers. And 2-1 right now for the side of Deets Nuts.
And Nade doing such a good job just keeping that core control in the midfield, especially with that slip kicks. You know, you think about it, right? You want this era on the slip kicks. They're going to be able to beat out this Vice. The only person they can't really beat out is the Jakar, because Jakar just kind of multi-bolts the Vice. Or, sorry, Jakar kind of multi-bolts the era. It becomes a little difficult, but it does look hard for us to play the game, considering just how much they are being banished by K2.
Oh, definitely. And I think it is kind of interesting that Fluffy Griffin chose the midfield boots, or the magnetized souls rather, instead of slick kicks, because we see how far forward they play, you know, striking the core into the corner, things like that. The speed might be useful for them in the future. So speaking of speed, not able to get away from that one. A quick KO off the side. Nade YT trying to stall as much time as they can and almost manages to find the barrier. I love the positioning from K22 and how aggressive he's playing on this rune goalie.
And Valerius just holding it down, keeping his team alive, but unfortunately loses that barrier. Fluffy just dropping that flame flurry and just making it so difficult for Valerius to play the game in net, just sitting up front, getting buffed by Nade Y. They don't necessarily need to play for kills, because Nade Y just needs to win that midfield once, and all of a sudden this Juliet is sitting here with the pressure on. And again, look, we see it right here. It's just Nade Y's world, and we're all living in it.
Yeah, and especially the Egoist with the era buff is ridiculous in terms of speed, but K22 actually KO'd off the bottom. This is going to be difficult. Era, not the best striker to have if you're trying to defend the net from multi-hit abilities. Here comes Fluffy. Oh, but Sustain does have the core flip. Will they try to flip it to Axe off the bottom? The unstable anomaly does block it though, and Fluffy Griffin not able to find the read there. A great banish from K22 to cut things off, and almost a self pass from Fluffy, not finding the mark, and that one not either. Great defense from both of the sides here. And as I say that, Skyax slings it in the top corner, and Rune will not be quick enough to stop that. A tied game as we are on match point right now, or set point rather.
Valerius making an excellent save there, just barely getting to that one, putting Pathologically Fresh to shame on the Rasmus goalie here. That's who I'd want on my team. Pathologically Fresh, move over, buddy. We got a new Rasmus goalie in town, and that Rasmus goalie is going to send it up to Skyax, and Skyax just going to put that one in for free.
Yeah, that core flip, so much space, and when you have a wide open net, it is hard to stop that top corner shot. But look at these awakenings starting off here. We might see a twin drive denial from the era, but there's also Castellas. Okay, there we go. Castellas denial, definitely better. Maybe an era twin drive might be very good. Yep, we'll see that. And you know, those are two very strong awakenings for era. The Castellas making people small forever and making their team quick for a really long time. Excuse me. I'm trying to talk too fast, like I have twin drive.
That's a pretty good one. Yeah, well, combined with that aerials, that twin drive, so massive. Oh my god, that Castellas keeping Nade YT. I thought they were dead for a second, but manages to hold on. But the only thing not holding on is Valerius in this net. Fluffy Griffin just putting the pressure on with that Magic Maelstrom. But Skyax on this other side, going to take one back, possibly almost takes two, but is going to get banished.
Yep, and you know, that Vice Castellas, we might see putting in work. If they use it on K22, more barriers will be able to be taken like this. K22 stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to defend here. This is difficult now, but a nice find by Nade YT. Oh, and the demon angle manages to go in right past K22. Valerius credited with that one.
Yeah, before that round ended, actually, Nade Y got taken off the map. That's that core flip that was almost built up, gone, and out of the hands by Systane. Systane just dropping that primary, and Systane getting another kill, gets the own barrier in the process, but then they somehow get 2 on the other side. There's that banish, does have the Egoist here. Valerius needs to get it up. Ooh, but a nice little magical Maelstrom is going to stall this for 2 seconds. Skyaxe now on this top side with Systane. Systane, nice little core flip to the bottom side.
At Egoist, such offensive pressure as soon as you get your energy burst. Systane able to just run circles around Deets nuts, and a nice goal and a nice pass. I'm liking the team play out of these 2 forwards right now. Make that one forward.
Yeah, 1 forward as Fluffy and K2 are just sitting here in the front. Nice little banish, but the magical Maelstrom just not far enough on the field, but it's okay. Nade Y makes up for it with a nice little bewitching beam past Skyaxe into the net.
Man, a little bit scary there. Fluffy Griffin cleared so much space for K22 to shoot that into the bottom corner, but you know, a goal is a goal. It doesn't matter how you get it, and a barrier is immediately taken away by Skyaxe.
We talked about it from that previous game seen on stream. Skyaxe just a menace in this forward position, takes barriers and takes names as a nice little flip there. Back to Valerius. Valerius trying to get it forward, trying to get something going on just away from Fluffy Griffin, as they have been able to put the pressure on this game so far.
And so much stun coming out. Oh, and the Maelstrom manages to find the kill onto Systane there. Now it's Skyaxe as the solo forward for this team. Fluffy Griffin trying to make things work. Oh, Valerius has the core flip, but not quick enough. Fluffy Griffin with the core flip shoots it in the top corner. The Death's Touch not coming out in the right direction, and the great mind game from Fluffy Griffin there to just shoot it top corner. Beautiful shot there.
And now from the side of Nuts, they're in a great position here. You get one more, you tie this game, and you throw yourself to a carousel with possibly your error might be in first, but Systane with that cast alas previously acquired, plus the Pummelers is going to send Nade Y off the map, which really honestly kind of sucks because Nade Y had their core flip in about a moment. So nice little core flip reset from Nameless.
Yeah, that's such a strong combo from Vice. I mean, probably some of the best abilities you can. Fluffy Griffin, the gates are 2 for 1 in this night market sale, and now the speed coming through. Fluffy shoots at bottom corner. A great death touch from Valerius, this time finding it the right direction. Stain and Nade YT just looking to get it past right now. Oh, and Skyaxe living with such low HP. Fluffy Griffin almost gets flipped off the map.
And Skyaxe just try to get something going in this front position. Systane to Skyaxe. Skyaxe on this bottom. Slightly misses the angle that they wanted. And now Systane on this top side once again as K2. But Valerius, unfortunately, not able to get to that core. Tried to whiplash it, but it was just too far behind them.
That was a great play from K22. If you notice, he kept his teleport midfield, and that led to that aggression. Able to find the demon angle in the bottom corner. Valerius not able to get to it. And none other than Nade YT is going to have first pick in this draft, picking Monumentalist. So that Maelstrom is going to be the size of a semi-truck, if you're watching that one.
Yeah, and a semi-truck is what you want because they're getting, I wouldn't say too much pressure, because Fluffy Griffin, again, we talked about it at the start of the match, does have that mag souls. They don't have that kill pressure, but now with this bulk up is going to get a nice little 35 power for themselves. With this magical Maelstrom, with this bewitching beam, you might be able to buff Fluffy Griffin and take Systane off the map or force a little more core pressure. And there's that Monumentalist tornado, as big as a semi-truck, and hits like one too.
Yeah, I mean, these awakenings are so important for this draft. Talking a little bit more about it, Systane picked up the 1-2, not mattering too much when you get obliterated, but I think one of the biggest pickups there was that missile prop on Skyaxe. Going to be able to dunk the goal from so far away now with the shotgun blast and the molten bolt. And here we go. Now pressure is shifting a little bit. The night market angle, unfortunately, not favoring Deets Nuts, and Fluffy Griffin just The Fiery Flurry getting that right into the net.
The flip was 5D chess. You wouldn't get it.
Yeah, it's actually an intimidation thing.
It's an intimidation factor. You get your own barrier to distract your enemies, because if you don't know what you're doing, the enemies don't either.
Oh, that's a great point. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing, but I like it when my teammates know what they're doing, and K22 does with these rune pillar placements. Beautiful from them, managing to save the core so many times. And a big stun from Sustain. SkyAxe managing to find the barrier there. Valerius over to SkyAxe with that ult from Vice. A beautiful goal. And there we go. Big brain. You see that from SkyAxe? That's exactly what that was. A big brain play.
And they're going to need more of those big brain plays if they do want to get it past some of these rune pillars. But a nice little double flip there as Fluffy Griffin with that Flame Flurry. But oh my god, they're just moving around the map right now with that Egoist. But as I say that, SkyAxe on the other side is going to get a nice little 2-barrier pickup, and possibly the goal here. A nice little pillar. That Unstable Anomaly is going to save the goal. There's the Banish. Doesn't catch SkyAxe. SkyAxe just a little too fast. But now Fluffy Griffin is going to have a chance here against Valerius. Wins that Strike War and sends it right through, and might propel them into this third that win, which would give them that carousel advantage.
Yeah, good little mind game from Fluffy Griffin there. You saw running right at Rasmus and then just backing up in order to get that Strike War win. This round almost losing their life for it, but a crazy key moments right now happening in this match with these two teams, a defensive masterclass and an offensive masterclass, as SkyAxe able to get one. That missile prop working out, has to try to wait out the pillar, but the second one from K22 just stopping SkyAxe in their tracks.
And K22 just using so many pillars to really just win everything. But as I say that, Fluffy Griffin, it doesn't matter. Fluffy's just going to sit there in front of the Rasmus, just going to dash punch it in. You try and kill them. They have that bulk up. They have that big fish. They have so much health and possibly might get rewarded with the Demolitionist here. There it is. But, you know, this Vice, on the other hand, might get fight or flight. I guess you have to take fight or flight. You don't really want to give it to the Era with slick kicks.
Maybe tempo? Yeah, I was going to say tempo there from Vice. Yep, to do as much damage as possible. And sure enough, Era gets both of the creation size awakening. So, you know, I said it's a semi-truck. I think it might be like an apartment building now, just coming down the whole side.
So I really would have liked the Era to take the fight or flight here, because on the one hand, you know, you might get the massive tornadoes, but they're already big enough. You don't really need any more. And now you have to deal with this Jakar, this SkyAxe with aerials, having missile propulsion, knife's edge, and now fight or flight with the slick kicks. They're a monster on this side. I don't know how you're going to get it past them now.
That's true. Valerius also managed to get built different. One of Rasmus's best awakenings, of course, size awakenings, making up for a lot of Rasmus's weaknesses. And look how big they are. They're going to be able to strike the core from so far away, and we might see Fluffy Griffin struggling to win Strike Wars now against the goalie like they have in the past.
Valerius just picking up that build different. And honestly, Valerius has the Rasmus goalie page. You have the hot shot, you got the prime time, you have another size awakening. What more do you really want?
Oh, and a great positioning with the Maelstrom there coming out from Nade YT. Very nice. The perfect use of it, actually, is just managed to take it. Oh, the night market angle almost coming out, though. K22 burns the core flip, and the Vice power chord actually stunning Nade YT just long enough not to be able to strike that core. Unfortunate that it goes into overtime there. Otherwise, they might be able to save that.
And a little bit of miscommunication there just on where they wanted to stand in that net. But dear God, that Air Tornado holding Valerius for 7 years in it. And it looks like they're about to take this. But then there's that Vice ultimate drop. Sustain going to get a nice kill here. Has that Pummelers now. Is going to get the 10, or sorry, I believe it's 30% movement speed. Yep. Yes, 30% movement speed. And with SkyAxe is going to get a nice little double barrier for their trebles. But Fluffy Griffin on this other side just hunting for the goal in the wide open. SkyAxe going to use the flip. Didn't necessarily get the core here, but has another chance. Gets hit by the Banish. And it looks like Fluffy Griffin is just they are fiending for a goal here.
Yeah, the Molten Bolt gonna slow things down, managing to get all of the people. K22 doing a good job of mixing up which side, but look where his teleports are. They're way too out of midfield, and he's not able to get back to save the core.
And SkyX, with this, I talked about it, right? This fight or flight, so important, and it's so important in these drafts, like on a map like Night Market, when you are matching someone with slick kicks, because now you have to deal with Fluffy Griffin, and Nade YT hits the core once, and they're not moving as necessarily as fast as they might really want to be. But Fluffy Griffin, they're just a monster in the field.
Yeah, that ego is starting awakening, making things so difficult. There is not even a place where you could spread out in the net to save everything, especially with the core flip. And I mean, look how fast the side of Deets Nuts are when they just run around. I mean, K22 able to teleport back and forth. Era, of course, buffing the entire team. And Egoist, like, come on, everyone is flying this match. And it's definitely scary if you're a goalie, and definitely scary if you are Valerius.
SkyX getting hit by this banish once more. They really got to start trying to elusive just some of them, because K2 is putting too much pressure with that banish. It takes SkyX out of the game as now Fluffy Griffin tries to dash punch it. Nade Y does have this flip here. Hasn't popped it yet. Still has it though, as Sustain pops their own flip. Ooh, unfortunately misses there, but did have that Egoist, and it's going to go right through.
That's such a great play too. Fluffy Griffin just trying to get the stun onto Valerius so he can't move. Not even the powerhouse will save you from the cooldown, or, you know, just the best angle by Nade YT there. So nice play. Looking like it's game point right now for Deets Nuts. They can win here, and a good strike war win coming out. SkyX does manage to get one though, and this, you have to save this. Valerius uses the core flip, dodging it. The dash punch not coming through enough. Nade YT holding things down on the defensive side though, as K22 has been pushing so far up, and it seems to be working for them as they can just toss the core away from both of these offensive forwards.
And SkyX drops that core flip, sends it, but K2 with a nice pillar is going to stop that one. Sustain and Nade Y having a nice little strike war battle. Fluffy Griffin here with the dash punch. Doesn't get anything. K2 with this flip on this bottom side. Death touch come out. Banish comes out, but doesn't get to the core in time. Is going to be saved, but the rune pillar from the shadow swap is going to get it right through. And all of a sudden, Deets Nuts is going to propel themselves into that qualified position, and that's going to be our last game for the night. But what an excellent job from Deets Nuts that game, just putting that pressure on, and with that demolitionist picked up by Fluffy Griffin, was able to put too much pressure for the side of Nameless to handle.
Man, there's only so many places you can redirect the core, and unfortunately that unstable anomaly was not one of them. A great showing from both Nameless and Deets Nuts though, and a crazy momentum shift, you know, we see with that Egoist being able to make things just that much harder to defend and generate that much offensive pressure as soon as you clear the core the other way. 185 redirects by Nade YTV. I mean, we saw them in the midfield, of course, Era having that speed boost with, I believe, the twin drive pick as they were denied cast the last. Able to move so fast, able to redirect the core, and able to generate a lot of space for Fluffy Griffin to do work.
And really, Nade Y just kind of owning that game. You know, you look at it, 185 redirects, 59 shots. They had the twin drive. They didn't pick up the fight or flight, but they did have that double-sized tornado to really put some pressure on. And like you said, made way for Fluffy Griffin to be able to work the field, be able to get those barriers. And overall, good job for them for getting qualified here in this match.
Yes, and of course, a huge congratulations to all of the teams that qualified today. I believe that's Deets Nuts, Chikara Inters, Chikara Cheetos, and Winton from Overwatt. Make sure it's not Overwatch, it's Overwatt. Remember that.
Yeah, and you know what? That's going to be it from us. But if you guys want to see some more Omega Strikers, we will be live again Monday, the 30th, with a little bit of Starcade action. We got I believe it's a Sword Art Online kind of style idea tournament. You get KO'd, you're out. I have no idea how that's going to work. That's going to be from, but Tech, you got any little, anything you want to share?
I just want to say thanks for joining us. Thanks for having me for my first OSAS. And I wish all of these teams competing in the next weeks the best of luck. And thanks to all these teams for great games. And thank you to, of course, our production staff for making this possible here.
And for you guys who do know me, my name is Daftgrass. I do Twitch stream a bunch. Feel free to catch me live. But that's going to be it from us. Thank you guys for showing up today. And congrats to all the players who did qualify. And you know what? We still got OSAS week 2. It'll be next week, same time. But we'll see you all next time.
Peace.